All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this city council meeting to order. Oh, you can't get in either. All right, we're always having technical difficulties up here. So up first, I wanted to welcome everyone. Thank you all for being here tonight. With that, we're going to get right into the invocation, and by our one and only Pastor Steve Ferris from the First Baptist Church of Destin, with the Upward shirt on. Yeah, played and coached.
Father, we thank you tonight for your goodness and grace. We just thank you, Lord, for this great nation that you've given us, and Lord, this city and those who work tirelessly, Lord. There's so much going on, and Lord, I just pray that you give them wisdom. Lord, we thank you for our school system that is rated high among the whole country, Lord, and we just thank you for every employee and every councilman and everyone behind the scenes that make this city work. And Lord, we thank you for your goodness and grace, and Lord, we ask for wisdom tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you for that. Councilwoman Aber with the pledge.
Please join me with your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with a little bit of crowd today, I'm just going to do a friendly reminder for everyone to please just silence or turn off your cell phones during the meeting. Other than that, we will get into the agenda. If we have any adjustments to the meeting?
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a request.
Put the button.
I'd like to make a request that under my council agenda name, I had put a discussion of FRS, and I asked the city manager to invite someone from FRS to come and give us some information so that we can make decisions based on all the facts and that we know all of them. So if you could move that up to an appropriate, maybe
After the consent agenda?
after the consent agenda.
All right, yeah.
We won't keep this representative here all night.
I'm sure they appreciate that. So I got moving that up to, let's call it 4AA.
I'll second that.
All right, from Councilman Destin. Anything else we would like to push around? All right. All right, Councilman Destin, anything else there? I'm just making sure with the, all right. All right, with that, I got a motion and a second with the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Turn your mic on.
We need to add this person to the list for the youth council.
Okay.
Adeline Merrill. We have her application here, and she is a Destin resident. So
Fantastic.
when we get down to that, we need to remember to put her name on that list too.
All right, so we'll add her to the list under 4I for youth council membership appointments. Thank you for that. Anything further?
No.
All right, seeing none, I do have my motion and second, so we'll call the vote.
He hadn't been here yet. There we go. Did I vote? Oh, no.
All right, 6-0, so moved. Appreciate that. With that, we'll get into, I see no proclamations, recognitions, nothing there. All right, so public comments. If anyone wishes to speak on anything not under public hearings A through C, this is your time to do so. I just need your name, address, and the floor is yours.
How's it going, guys? I am not a Destin resident, though. All right. I'm a City of Destin employee. I am not a Destin resident.
Give me your address anyways.
1320 Cypress Drive, Eglin Air Force Base, Florida.
The floor is yours.
All right. Appreciate it. I just want to talk about a couple things regarding the FRS and Social Security. There's been a lot of discussion about it regarding throughout the city with a lot of the employees. I gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of the employees, and they would like to have a choice in terms of if they want to participate in the thrift savings plan or would they like to actually go with FRS. The biggest thing is just Social Security. We're not being able to pay into Social Security this time. The city's not putting up 6.2%. We're not putting up our 6.2% out of our pockets. And it's kind of just I just find it not alarming, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me that a municipality could even, I guess, like opt out of being in Social Security. I called Crestview, Niceville, and Fort Walton Beach today, and they all participate in Social Security. So I would just, if anything, I would just like at least to see us in being able to pay in Social Security. But FRS would be it'd be honestly a great thing for the city of Destin in terms of retention. It'd be an attraction for employees that come here, actually work here. Right now, I think, what is it, 7.5% right now that the city contributes to the retirement plan. And then a lot of employees are uninformed and might not know that if they don't put in that extra 5%, they're not even getting what would be going into, for Social Security at this time. So I think there is an education point on that, and I'm sure Mr. Damo has spoken regarding that before in numerous meetings with the city. But I just don't see Social Security going away anytime soon. So I would like to see us, starting actually being a pay into that, and maybe even plus our retirement. That way we had two sources of retirement at this time as an employee myself. And that's really all I want to say tonight. So thank you, guys.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for what you do. All right. Yes, ma'am. Just hit that gray button. You don't have to hold it. There you go.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe Aslan, and I'm interested in the Destin Youth Council. So I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity, first of all. My address is 4571 Sailmaker Lane. I live in Regatta Bay. It's just a little bit outside of the Destin parameters. But a little bit about myself is that I moved to Destin about 3.5 years ago, and I am a junior at Destin High School. And I absolutely love it here. And I serve in many leadership roles at Destin High School, some of them being a president of FBLA, which is Future Business Leaders of America, captain of FCA, which is Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I'm the secretary of National Honor Society, and I've been secretary of my junior class for 2 years in a row. Not only do I value extracurriculars and academics, but also school sports. That being said, I partake in indoor and beach volleyball too. Yes, sir. Also, is that since the very beginning, I've always wanted to set myself in a professional way. I work at Brewster's, the famous ice cream shop in Destin, and then also Dress Up in Destin. I just received the news that I'm going to be being an intern for the mortgage company called HomeFi. I'm not sure if y'all heard of that, but I'm super excited. But why I want to be a part of the Destin Youth Council is because when I first stepped foot in the small beach town, is that everyone was so welcoming, and the Destin people made my high school experience 10 times better. I've already started so many plans on the Destin Youth Council, which I'm really excited to share once hopefully if I get in. That's about it.
Awesome.
Zoe Aslan. Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's on the list. All right.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course. Do I push it again?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Oh, God. Yeah. All right. Seeing no one else coming to the floor, I will close public comments at this time, and we can move to consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
And with a second? Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussions on the consent? Seeing none, call the vote. Ray, do you have Tori in right now? Oh, absolutely. Thank you. And then Andy, all right, there you go. Thank you, Ray. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 6-0. We're through the consent, and then we will go to Councilman Destin's topic, if you would like to, anything you'd like to start with?
Thank you, Mayor. I noticed in my absence, we had a meeting and decided issues on FRS, which I would have loved to participated in. I also would hope that we would make an informed decision and we would know all the facts. And I had yet to hear the highlights of FRS. And so I would welcome a representative here tonight to tell us exactly what FRS is and what it can do for the employees.
All right. Mr. Jones?
Ms. Kathy Gould from FRS is here. I believe she has a short presentation available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. Just hit that gray button. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good evening. Thank you for having me. Don't know if they'll put the presentation up or not. There it goes. All right. So Florida Retirement System. We are a qualified plan under Internal Revenue Code 401A. Our plan documents are the entire chapter of 121 of Florida statutes. We administer the plan. The Division of Retirement, I should say, administers the defined benefit plan. We also have a defined contribution plan that is administered by the State Board of Administration. The opportunity for the employees, I feel, is so great because they actually get a choice whether they want to participate in defined benefit or defined contribution. Not many state plans offer that. That makes us very unique. Education is one of the best things you can offer your employees, so educating them on what are their goals for retirement. That comment with the gentleman talking about Social Security, that I was at a NASRA conference, and one of the things they talked about is there's no way they can just stop Social Security. Society is dependent on that benefit. I think of retirement as a three-legged stool. Your pension plan or defined contribution plan is one stool. You know, that's going to get you 40 to 50%. Social Security is going to make up that other portion. And then you're going to have a third leg, whatever that retirement situation may be. And it's very important to think of retirement that way so everyone is successful at it. Why am I so passionate about the Florida retirement system? We're a well-administered plan. We're one of the lowest cost administered plans of all plans in our peer group in the United States. And in fact, out of the United States, except for one Dutch plan that is completely governmental. So we can't help ourselves on that one. But we pride ourselves with doing more with little so that we can continue to offer great benefits to those participating in the plan. We're 1.1 million active and retired members of the plan, 1,000 participating employers ranging anywhere from school boards to local governments to the state, universities, colleges. We're one of the 5 largest plans in the United States, and that is made up of not only our funding, which is over $198 billion, but that is also in membership count. Our retiree count is over 462,000, so we're a very mature plan. We still have the DROP program, 30,800 people in DROP, great program. They expanded it recently to 8 years of participation. And those who don't know what that is, it's members who effectively meet normal retirement have the opportunity to retire and have their benefit calculated at that point in time, and then still continue to work. And when they work, that monthly benefit goes into a DROP account earning interest and any eligible COLA. And then when they leave, they actually get that lump sum drop accrual as well as start that monthly benefit for their lifetime. And then there are options if they choose a continuing benefit for a spouse, they could continue to pay out longer. There are actually 4 options under the plan. The lifetime option for single life, meaning it only is for the individual, is obviously their largest benefit. From there, there's a 10-year certain, 10 years from retirement date. If they deceased, it would pay out for 10 years from retirement, not from death. And then there's the joint annuitant, continuing the same benefit to that individual. And then an option 4, which is a reduction based on if they're both living, but if either dies, there's a reduction and pays out from there. But let's see what other fun stuff about it. School boards are our largest membership count. Everybody often wonders, who is your largest membership? Regular class employees, and particularly almost 50% of our population are school boards. We pay out $13.7 billion a year in retirement benefits. We are bringing in over $6.5 billion in contributions. That number recently jumped up a lot to do with it's a percent of payroll. And so as people's salary increases, the amount of contribution increases. We are 80.7% funded, which is a very strong funding status. Obviously, myself being an administrator of the plan and my actuary being the actuary, we'd love to say 100%, but you leave benefits that could be payable to members by getting to 100%, because then there are certain benefits that you can't offer people because that brings down your funding status oftentimes. So 80% is a very good place to be. We keep working higher, and as under GASB standards, which is the accounting standards, they actually have us up to over 83% funded status. So, we're very successful there as well. The investment return. So we're very conservative in how we look at our investments and how we pay down our retirement debt. We have a 6.7% assumed rate of return. Last year, the SBA earned us 10.52% investment return. We don't have the numbers for cutoff as of June 30, 2025, but I did speak with the CIO, and he said it will be over 10%, so another great year. The amortization schedule, we have actually, when I first started, and I've been there 17 years, so it was a while ago, it was at a 30-year amortization. If you've spoken with an actuary, 30-year amortization is not even paying off any principal. We are now down to a 20-year amortization. We're at a very good spot with the amortization at 20-year and the assumed rate of return at 6.7. We're progressing all in the right direction. So very excited about everything they've been able to do. We have lots of information on our website. So if you want to go out and see more about the Florida retirement system, we have a member handbook on our website, frs.myflorida.com. We have a self-service module for both employers and members, which is frs.fl.gov. And we have a question and answer page out there, which helps people just want more information specifically about the plan. We just put online applications out on the website for our members. So whether you're applying for a service retirement, a drop retirement, wanting a refund of employee contributions, you can actually do it through the online services. We do still offer paper forms for those individuals, but we are learning that the technological generation is taking over, and they have been very excited about. I got to answer a response one time that one gentleman had reached out and he said, "It's such a monumental moment. It was too easy to have done it online," because it was just so convenient. So we really are trying to serve our members and offer them convenience as well. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the Florida retirement system. Once again, it's a very stable plan. My motto for my agency is we serve those who serve Florida. So we really want to do everything we can to assist the members, the public servants, and the members of the plan. So, any questions?
Yep, Councilwoman Neighbor.
Yeah, I have a few questions, because this came up, and we got the presentation, and unfortunately, Mr. Destin was not in the area at the time, and we voted against it, and I want to clarify the cost to the city. So can you explain, the wonderful benefits for the employees, and I truly believe that that's awesome, but it's extremely costly for a very small city like us. We're not like the big school system has a huge bucket of monies they can match that employee. So I think that was one of the biggest reasons. So can you just expound on that, the city side of it, the cost out of pocket for the city, how much we would have to give, how many employees have to be a part of it? So speaking to the city side of it.
So there's not a limit on the number of employees that have to be a part. I have some cities of 5 people that are in the FRS. But how it's funded is contributions are paid as a percentage of payroll. So it's going to be based on if you have somebody making a certain salary, contributions based on their class of service is what would be paid. There are both employer and employee contributions. So an employee is going to pay 3% contributions right now. That's what they pay in to help support the plan. Those contributions, if they terminate employment, are always theirs. If they're vested, we hope they leave it and wait and take a benefit at normal retirement. If they don't vest or if they pass away, a beneficiary could get those contributions. So I think I was doing some research. I think most of your employees are regular class employees. Okay, so you would pay contribution rates based on that. It's a blended rate. So when I say a blended rate, members have the choice of being in the pension plan or the investment plan. And of course, the pension plan is based on a formula. It's years of service times the percentage value for the position, which regular class is 1.6%. It only goes up after you've met normal retirement. And then by your average final compensation. New enrollees now are 8 years, so the average of your highest 8 years salary, okay? That's how their benefit is calculated. If they decide to participate in the investment plan, there's a dollar amount of contributions that are put into their investment plan account. Part of that is the 3% contribution. Part of that is of the employer contribution. But when we do a blended rate, we don't want, say, an employer to steer members to the investment plan because maybe it doesn't cost as much in contributions. So whether your employee participates in the pension plan or the investment plan, you're going to be paying the same contribution rate, which I think right now for regular class employees, it may be a little over 14% of pay. So you would take the 14%, multiply that by the salary, that's how much would go into contributions to the plan.
So hypothetically, a $50,000 a year employee, what would that cost the city? That's what I'm looking for, because when you put it in dollars across the employees that would join into that, that goes very quickly into an amount that would be costly for the city, but also we don't really have, we did get some feedback that there were several that did want to do it, but it wasn't like, oh yeah, we need it. We didn't get like the whole employee status saying, yes, we all want this, do it.
Right.
I actually calculated that and presented that at the 2 budget workshops. The difference would be $261,000 a year.
That would cost the city that $261,000 a year for
That's the difference between what we're putting into our retirement to the thrift plan versus what we would be giving to FRS.
So our thrift plan, that's where they're getting their money set aside now for their retirement versus the Florida retirement system, which would cost us over $261,000 more if we shift the plan.
Correct, but the Florida retirement system would also allow city employees to participate in Social Security, which that's not an option under the thrift plan. And that's where the big expense comes in, but that's also where potential large bonuses, as she mentioned, her 3-legged stool, that's one of the 3 legs of a stool that we don't have. We're on a 2-legged stool.
But we constantly hear, don't depend on Social Security, it's not going to be here in 10 years. So I really don't have a lot of faith in Social Security. That was my, yeah.
I have faith.
That was my biggest question, was because when we did vote on this, was one of the reasons was the cost in the city itself. So, I mean, we're not a very big city, and we don't have a whole lot of extra income, so.
And it is mandatory. Social Security is mandatory. If you're going to participate in the Florida retirement system, it's not a choice. You would be required to participate in Social Security. Once again, I'm here about thinking about what is the big picture for the employees and making sure they have a successful retirement to rely on someday, so.
That was all I had. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Crystal, your 250,000 calculation, is that based on every employee in the city participating?
Yeah, that was the worst-case scenario, yes, sir.
Okay, and we have no reason to believe that everyone will participate, so we don't
You're correct.
really know what that number could be. That also applies perhaps to Social Security. I have one other question, though, that I was going to ask. I just, as a former school board member, I'm a participant. or I receive money from you good folks every month. I've received a letter not long ago that made me aware of a program that I wasn't aware of, where retirees can get up to $225 paid toward medical insurance if they retire before they're, I guess, Medicare eligible.
Actually, even if they're Medicare eligible. So it's called the health insurance subsidy. So when you retire from the Florida retirement system, it used to be $5 per year of service, 2023 legislation.
They said it was going to $750.
That's what, in 2023 legislation, they raised it to $750. And so for every year of service, you multiply your year of service and prorate for months times that $7.50 to come up with an additional dollar amount that is added to your benefit every single month, as long as you have proof that you have insurance. It doesn't have to be health insurance. It could be a dental insurance policy. Of course, the thing is we want to promote people to have health insurance, and $225 is not going to pay for health insurance, but if you're Medicare eligible, it would take a big chunk of that away. So
And that's a month, correct?
it is a month, yes, sir.
Well, my calculation says that's close to $2,600 a year.
Yes.
That'll pay the grand part of insurance. And the beauty of that is if you retire at 50, start at 20 with 30 years in, that would be an additional $2,500 a year retirement in addition to your retirement,
That is correct.
which is a lot of money.
Yes.
And so that is a benefit that is not offered under any other plan. And I just want to make sure I understood that right. I've got to go apply for my money for my insurance.
If you aren't getting it, you need to. I'll take your name and send you information on a form.
Okay. Thanks.
Councilman Gile.
Hi, thank you, and I apologize, I was a little late today. Past decision came back to bite me in the butt. But what I would like to ask, you keep saying that everybody has a choice to switch between the two. Do new employees also have the choice, new hires? Do they also have a choice, or are they stuck with one plan?
New hires, when you join the Florida retirement system, you do. The choice is either you choose to participate in the defined benefit plan or you choose to participate in the FRS defined contribution plan. If they don't make a choice in the 8 months following the month of hire, then they will default to the investment plan. So you really want to make sure they're educated and make a choice. I would always suggest if somebody is planning to stay 8 years invest, they will not find an annuity to pay what the formula under the Florida retirement system would pay them in a lifetime benefit. If they're not, obviously, the investment plan, they're vested after 1 year if they're in the defined contribution plan and could take any employer and employee contributions at that point. So education is so important. But that being said, they also have the opportunity to switch plans. So if that individual decided to join the Florida retirement system defined benefit plan, 10 years in, they decided, you know what, I really think I want to be a participant of the investment plan. We would do a calculation of the, it's a present value calculation, opening account balance that would be transferred over to the investment plan, basically taking what their normal retirement benefit at that moment in time would be if they reach normal retirement, applying a present value factor calculation provided from the actuary to get a dollar amount, and then they could move there. Now, if they defaulted or chose the investment plan, 8 years down the road, figured out, oh wait, I am loving public service, I'm staying in public service, I want to retire public service, they can choose, they get one chance to choose to go to the defined benefit plan, but it could cost them, because if the balance in their investment plan account doesn't cover the cost for the actuarially determined future benefit, then they would have to pay out-of-pocket monies to support that transfer over. But if they did that, it would still be eligible. We have people go both ways all the time.
Good.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right. Councilman Braden, you off? No? Okay. All right. Councilwoman Trammell?
Thank you. I'm part of the system. I'm on retirement now, 22 years and counting. But when I was in the system working, one of the things that I noticed, and I was an educator, educators were allowed to bring in years for retirement. Was that just through the school board, or was that also through their FRS system?
So there are reasons there would be purchasable service, okay? If somebody had worked for a public employer that was not a participant of the Florida retirement system, but they were a public employer, we do have a cost calculation that they can purchase service to add it to their service under the Florida retirement system. Now, at the point of joining, there's also potential for past service, but that would depend on a lot of different factors. So that would probably be a better later, deeper dive conversation with the enrollment section, because you would want to see is it something where you would have to allow everyone or no one type of situation. So a lot's going to depend on your entire base versus, normal straight benefits an agency joins without past service.
So do we need to decide that as an agency, whether we
Well,
desire to
whether
join
you allow-
without past service or allow past service?
You would have, that would be a decision you would make. It doesn't have to be made now, but it would be made once you actually begin the joining process. And once again, most people look at that based on what it would cost to allow
Yes.
members to, have past service.
Yes,
Yeah.
so.
Now, and
okay.
it doesn't prevent maybe the member from potentially purchasing. It would just be on them to purchase it versus you, the employer, paying for it.
I think that's the way Okaloosa County Schools works.
Yep.
You can't, so if they're 1 or 2 years into the system we currently have, they could
Yes.
buy in if they wanted to.
Right, and it would
Okay.
just be, they would pay for it.
All right, Councilman Guile?
I apologize. I think you threw me a curveball, and I'm a little dense, so I want to make sure I ask this question properly.
Okay.
So the existing employees have the option between the city plan or the FRS plan. So what I'm asking you, the new hires, they also have that option between,
No, once you join, all new hires, I thought you were thinking the defined contribution under the Florida retirement system. Once the city joins the Florida retirement system, all new hires are compulsory Florida retirement system.
so they do not have a choice.
Correct.
So the only choice you're talking about are existing employees.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for that
You're welcome.
clarification. And I'm sorry I asked for a second term. I just wanted to clarify.
Councilman Schmidt?
Thank you. Can you please remind me who you're with?
I'm with the Division of Retirement. We're under the Department of Management Services, and we administer the Florida Retirement System Pension Plan, as well as other optional retirement programs, the State University System Optional Retirement Program, State College, yeah.
And you mentioned earlier you didn't know who Mr. Destin was, but who invited you to be here tonight?
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones did, okay. And then there was some talk about the cost of this program. I've heard a few times that it's nearly $700-something thousand to the city to move to the FRS system. So do you know where we're talking, from 220-something to
Can I-
700?
If you don't mind.
Please.
I made all those calculations. The difference between what we give to Benjamin Edwards versus what we would give to FRS is estimated at $261,000. And then, but adding all of our full-time employees to Social Security, that's where the larger cost comes in. That would be a difference of $448,000. So together, that's $710,000.
So that's where that 700
That's where
something
the,
number.
yeah, that's
To
how
the cost of the
700
city
is.
of Destin.
Correct.
Okay. One time this year, and then one time next year, and then,
No, that's 1 year's worth of, given the estimated wages that we'll be paying next year. Social Security is 6.2%, right? So we'll be paying that 6.2% into Social Security for 89 more people than we currently do. Because right now, we only pay it for part-time employees.
okay.
We're not eligible to participate in retirement programs.
Thank you, that's all I have
Okay.
right now.
Councilman Bagby?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, my wife's in FRS. She's in the investment plan. I wish when we came here, we were only going to be here for 2 years for a joint assignment, so we did the investment plan. And 26 years later, we probably wish we had gone into the defined benefit plan, but we didn't, which is all my fault. But, and the reason, I mean, I think your plan and Social Security probably better for the majority of our staff, but probably not all of them, because I don't know everybody's status. But one of our prioritized strategic goals is to offer livable wages and benefits to attract and maintain a high caliber qualified staff. And I've talked to a lot of our staff, and they want the option to pick. You know, I think probably the ones that have sought me out have said, you know, they want to switch. There's probably others that they don't know, and there are probably others that they don't want to switch. But I want to offer them the opportunity to switch if that's what's best for them. And so that's why I'm in favor of the route that the staff recommended, and that, you know, we voted a couple of times before to do. The cost, you know, our wage increase this year is the same as the cost of switching to the FRS plan, about $260,000. That's just our CPI increase or whatever. So it's not like we're talking a couple of million, you know, we're not going to lose a ball field or something like that because we gave the staff the option of going FRS and Social Security. I mean, we're all, some of us think Social Security is going away. I know that there'll be 535 unemployed people in Washington, D.C. the day after Social Security goes away, so I'm pretty sure it's not going to go away. And that they have a lot of tools in their toolbox to raise the age or do some other stuff. So I just, but the bottom line to me is, yeah, there's a cost. I don't think the cost is that great. I mean, it's good sum of money, but what is the option to the staff? And if none of them, if it's not best for them, none of them will pick it. And then we won't have to worry about this. But I think probably they've done, the ones that have done their research and have called or checked the, you know, Nicevilles and Crestviews and Fort Walton Beaches and everything, probably have determined that it is best for them or being in Social Security. So I just want to thank you for coming and thank Mr. Destin for bringing this back before us. But yeah, the what cost are we going to give our staff what they've asked us for? And I know there's a survey, there was kind of a sideways question. I don't know, I might let Jamie answer the survey question, but you know, that kind of alluded to this, but didn't actually address this, that everybody's trying to pound that little square peg into that round hole. But that, I'll let Jamie describe what the staff has shared with her.
Would you like me just to say what the survey question was in the response? The survey question was, instead of the city participating in the thrift savings plan, would you prefer to participate in Social Security? 46.55% said yes, 53.45% said no. I should provide a little bit of context to that question. That is representative of our demographics. We have about 50% of our staff who would not make sense for them to start contributing to Social Security at this point because they have not contributed for their entire career here.
Hey, Jamie, can you read the question just prior to that question and the results?
Yes. Are you satisfied with the city's thrift savings plan? And 76 said yes, 23% said no.
Thank you.
All right. All right, with that, I just wanted to remind the council that this topic has already been decided on, so if we wanted to move forward, a motion to rescind or amend would have to be in place beforehand. Being that this was discussion, let it sit there. If not, we can move forward.
Well, my intention, Mayor, was to have her make the presentations and ask her any questions, and then we would do it under my agenda item at the end, rather than make this lady sit through the whole meeting. Okay. So if that's acceptable, everybody, we can just get on with the rest of the business that all these people are sitting here to hear, and take this up under my section of the council reports.
All right, we can do that. That'll be a Robert's Rule of Order, new one for me. All right, thank you for being here. All right, so we got 5AA out of the way. We'll go back to 4AA. So 4A, Mr. Jones.
the city manager's report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council. The first item is regarding the lease agreement with the Destin Little League and the Dalton Threadgill Park. We had this discussion previously, and it was by direction of council that we would go negotiate with the Little League the terms of the lease, which did occur. There's one provision in the lease that, in the agreement that's before you, that is a little different than what you asked to move forward, and that is in the section regarding the off-season. Council recommended that we take to the Little League the idea that during the off-season, the Little League would get priority usage from the city. Their response is they would like to have control of that time with the priority, the city given priority when the city would request the use of it. So it's what's before you is their language is a little different than what you asked us to present to them. So that's kind of the only issue that's before that may be different than what was presented from council to take back to the Little League. And I know there's a member of the league here that wishes to speak to it. So
All right, with that-
that's where we are.
Awesome. Do you have anything you want to say first? Yeah, exactly. I remember. Yeah. All right. With that, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the lease with the Destin Little League as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second, and then any further discussions? Yeah.
If you say as presented, it would be the one in the agenda. So if you do not want the one in the agenda, you would not vote yes. The one in the agenda provides that the league, it is consistent with council's motion on all points except the first paragraph, which provides that the league would have exclusive use of the park for the entire year, not just through July, but through December, from January through December. So the city could use the premises if the parties agreed. Otherwise, the league would have the exclusive use. And that is different from what the council directed.
Okay. Yep, so I got a motion and a second. Councilman Destin, would you like to discuss?
Thank you, Mayor. And that's the only issue I have. The rest of it is fine. But we pretty much voted and gave direction that that would not be. And I'm kind of surprised it came back to us other than what we directed last time. But be that as it may, I've got a problem with exclusive use outside of the window of the season. I do think the league should get priority, but I can't see giving up the city control of that facility when the Little League season is not on. And therefore, I will offer a substitute motion that puts it back to the original writing, which says that during the off-season, the city does not have to ask permission to use a city facility. I don't know if the language at the moment contains that the city will give priority to Little League needs, but if it doesn't, I would make that part of my motion.
All right, I have the substitute motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All right, I have a second. Councilwoman Aber?
Mine was to the question, why would it matter if we give them rights to this field for the year and then say the city needs it for like a special week tournament, we just reach out to them and say, hey, are you doing anything that? It's more like a coordination, am I correct? On that's why we were letting them manage it and have it for the year?
We would certainly coordinate with Little League as we have, whether it's the language that's presented or the language suggested by Mr. Destin. I believe we're going to work together to accommodate the league and the city's needs as well. One simply says they have a right to say we're using it and you don't get to. The other is the city can say we have the right to use it, but if there's, we're not using it, we're certainly going to allow Little League to use it. I think I explained that right.
So is there any real disagreement? I mean, can I ask the guy that came up before, can you come up here and tell us why it would matter that you're in charge of it for the year and that we just reach out and say, hey, we may need it for a week and you okay with it? Yeah, can you come up here?
Yeah.
I'm confused as why it matters.
Yeah, so in the past, so as everybody
Sorry,
knows.
could you state your name and address?
Matt Dahlman with Destin Little League. I'm the treasurer and board member of Destin Little League.
And address, please.
325 Wimico. So the reason behind this is multifold. As we discussed last meeting, we're getting ready to partner with the city again and put substantial funds into the city park. And we think that we should have the ability then to have a little bit more say in when and not have to go every single time we want to do a fall ball, do a clinic, do things, to go to the city, call, email them, can we do it? Check the calendar, can you not do it? Baseball has become year-round. There's a demand. Last year we had 210 kids do fall ball. We had almost 400 do spring. We're getting calls every single day. Can we do fall ball? Can we do fall ball? Can we do fall ball? A couple of years ago, August 1st, locks were put on Destin Little League. Locks. Okay? Locks were put on the batting cages. Locks were put on the fields. I went to go with my son just to go throw the ball and hit, and I couldn't. And that, to me, is closing the park to city residents, irregardless of Little League. And so that was kind of why, we want to keep this facility open to the public, open to our kids and our community members that use it. And we want to be there so that we can see the issues. If we're not there from August 1st to January 1, all kinds of things come up. Maintenance issues you see. Just the other day, I was out there, the lights that we're trying to get replaced are completely out on the left field side, completely out. If we were not there for 5 months, come January, when we go to turn those lights on, we go, hey, we got a problem, right? So that was kind of the main reason for us wanting to put that in. We are not saying we would not allow the city to utilize it for any stretch. I would love to see the numbers, if someone can point them out to me, of when the city has used that field, because I know I personally have rented it from the city, but that's it. And a few times birthdays, like, the city doesn't use that field, so
Right.
I don't see there being an issue.
So what you're looking at is basically the lock system, everything being locked up by the city. If you're not in charge of that field, you've still got to go to the city to get unlocked, to get access to go use it to practice or set up some fall ball.
Correct.
So why couldn't we have a happy medium? I mean, Lisa, can you speak to that if that's an issue? Is this
Okay.
more of a control thing?
I don't believe there were, I think he's talking about the lights on the locks for the lights.
No.
Okay.
The batting
Field
We
cage
did
and the
not
field.
lock
Field batting
up
cages
the
and the lights.
fields. We locked up the lights to the batting cage and to the fields because they were open and just anybody could turn on the lights. So I thought that was okay.
I would argue it in the winter at 4 o'clock when it's, when I went up there,
Dusk.
it's 4:30, got off work, tried to take my son to go hit, can't do it, it's dark. Like, the city park, and the city park, those batting cages that Destin Little League also put in a substantial cost for. So we just we have a great relationship.
Right.
We just think that
Well,
right
that's what
now,
I'm thinking,
they're
if
not
we could
using
work
it.
it where you guys have a set of keys and you share with the city, you're running it most of the time, they own it, but you have access to get in when you have your practices and your kids and stuff. I mean, is there a way we could work that into this without it being like, you got an email, you got a phone call, you got to lock it in? I mean, is that hard? I mean, how does that
No,
manage?
It's just communication, and we did open it up, and, it's been a lot of different ways, and it was abused, not by Little League, but other people. We have to keep, I have the stewardship to make sure those lights aren't on, all night long. So those were some of the things we've did, but we did open it up, and I don't think we ever didn't turn on the lights if anybody called.
Well, and those lights are now on a 60-minute timer, so that's also been eliminated. So you
Right.
can't, someone would have to stay up there all night hitting
And keep
60
play-
minutes.
and keep
Well,
So-
turning it
yeah,
on.
and that was, we put them on the timer a couple years ago, pretty much right after the batting cage was.
We just have a demand. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of fuss on social media. We've got 40 girls come out to do a clinic. Softball has been dead in this town forever, okay? To have 40, I mean, literally in the last 10 years, I've been on the board for 12 years, it's been dwindling. So to have 40 girls come out there as a Destin Little League sponsored event, you know, we just want to be able to do those types of things and offer those free programs without having to, you know, just do it, you know?
So you're
and not
looking
jump through
at
the
trying
hoops.
to stop the whole, got to consistently send in requests weekly on things that you're trying to set up, things that you're trying to organize, with it being like you're in charge of the field, you can continuously every week have new things going on, new programs, new opportunities that you're trying to create and encourage without having to consistently email the city, here's what we got going, can we get permission? Here's what we got going. So you're trying to eliminate the government red tape.
Correct. And I also think that partnering with the city and putting this turf in is going to create a demand for this ballpark because it will now be nicer than anything we've got. And so we want to be able to make it happen and utilize it.
I get where you're coming
This
from,
works
and
out.
I support what the initial motion is, so thank you.
All right. Councilman Bagby, you were up before it got
Thanks, I
cleared.
appreciate it. Mine, and I kind of agree with Teresa, but to me, this is a insurance and a liability issue. And so that's really what we're deciding. I mean, if there's some way, it's not that if y'all want control, that's fine, but I want y'all to indemnify us completely and say, somebody breaks in there, that's not on the city, because the city has the deepest pockets, and the city will be the first name on that lawsuit, not the Destin Little League, or not the group that rented it from y'all, or the softball program, or whatever. So it is, we have a responsibility, a fiduciary duty to the citizens of this city to protect them and their investment in that, because they have also made significant investments in that field and in those lights and in the turf that we're going to put in and in the drainage we're going to fix and all this other stuff. So it's not that y'all haven't done anything. This isn't, to me, an either or. It's if it's unlocked, who's responsible? We're responsible. If the lights are bothering the neighbors in the neighborhood at 10 o'clock at night because somebody pressed the timer thing before they left or whatever, who are they going to complain to? They're not going to call, you or somebody at the Destin Little League. They're going to call the city. So to me, I default on property we own that we should have that control or at least that acknowledgement so that, it is one more step. I'm going to grant you that. That's bureaucratic. You're going to have to say, hey, we've scheduled girls softball for the month of September or October, and we need the keys or whatever. Or we need somebody to go down and do the field or whatever we need them to do. Miss Lisa, yep. Now we know we're aware, we're responsible, because one of those little girls breaks her ankle on that new turf or whatever, I guarantee you the first name on that lawsuit is going to say City of Destin. And so that's why I would support the substitute amendment. I think it's not this hard either way, to be honest with you. But we have a responsibility that I think supersedes the Little League's responsibility in the operation and maintenance of that park.
Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Mr. Destin and Mr. Bagby. I'm a sucker when it comes to the kids. I'm all about giving to the Little League. I play T-ball over there myself. When you come to want money for lights, turf, whatever it is, I'm going to support it 100%. But when it comes down to, I want want to call all the shots. I want to say who's there, who's not, you know. Then my opinion is you need to go find your own property and build your own fields, and then you got exclusive rights to it. It's yours. You call all the shots. But I mean, just one little step, and it was said just a few minutes ago that the city never uses it, or hardly ever uses it. So, I mean, if I was down there playing or running it, that'd be the last thing that I would be worried about as a city calling and saying, look, we're going to be taking that field over for the next 6 months for whatever reason, because we never use it. But like I say, I'm going to support the substitute motion for those reasons. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Gile?
Thank you. I can see both sides of this coin. I'm still going to stick with my motion, but I want to make sure I point out a couple of things. Huge contribution that you guys are willing to make, but you're asking us to match it, right? So it's not just a complete donation. Two, if with my original motion that I want to stick with, I want to be clear that I wouldn't think that the city would try to purchase that property behind Threadgill as additional parking. At that point, it wouldn't make sense for the city to purchase that lot just to provide parking for a facility that you have complete control over, right? It doesn't make sense to me at all. So I'm willing to stick with the original motion, but in conjunction, I will not agree to buy that, or the city purchase that property behind Threadgill at that point.
Councilman Destin?
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. And in no way do I want to stand in the way of the Little League utilizing that facility off-season. And that's why I put in at least my motion that they should be given priority. And I would direct the city manager to do whatever is necessary to make sure that it's a seamless process, whether it's give them a key, just, I leave that to you and the staff to work out. So I want to make it clear that I'm not trying to cause any problem with them using it for softball or whatever else they need. But the bottom line is it's a city facility owned by the city. And I think if I understand what went on at the last meeting, we're going to put quite a bit of money into renovations and upkeep that are mainly going to be matched by the Little League. So I want to support them as much as I can, but it is a city facility. Unless we sell it to them, we have to at least have the veneer of control. So that's the only comment I would have.
Yep. All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this will be a question for Larry or somebody else up here, but if the league doesn't use it or ask to use it for those months and nobody's using it besides the trash maybe being taken out by the city employee every day, what happens when the tenant comes back in January after it's been dormant for 5 months if there's problems? Who's going to be responsible? Will the city be responsible for that, to fix anything that's happened for the 5 months when nobody was there? Do you know how that would work? Or would it be more helpful to have somebody there that's going to maintain the property like every other city leased property that has a full year lease, food for thought, sheriff's department, museum, everybody else? So that way they're taking care of the property. I'm just concerned that something might happen if nobody's there.
Certainly a concern. I know there's some of that is covered in the lease, that there's certain things the city would do and certain things the league would do. But it's like anything that goes unused. You move out of a house for 6 months, you're going to come back and wish you hadn't moved out.
Right, okay. And Ray, I won't be voting on this. I'll be recusing myself for fear of impropriety, I believe is the word that we learned. Appearance of impropriety.
All right, Councilwoman Trammell.
I'm going to tell you a little story, and this is true. 50 years ago, I asked Dalton Threadgill to help me start a girls' softball league. He told me that if I went any farther with this, he would have me fired from the school system, that there was no point in having girls' softball down there in Little League. And I said, okay. But anyway, I just wanted y'all to know that story. I'm glad girls softball is getting started. That's what I played my whole life, but there wasn't any such thing as Title IX. So, that's why we did it in Niceville. But I'm going to support the substitute motion for the same reasons Mr. Destin spoke of. I think the liability, and it is city property, and I think we should manage it. But I do think that between the city manager and Lisa, you can work out an agreement where you have more options. I guess my question too is, in the off-season, why would you need to go down there to have batting practice when we have fields up here at Morgan's that are already lit up at night? I don't know. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah. Do we have a batting cage at Morgan's, or are we still working on that?
Not yet.
We have, well, we do have a
there's-
batting
We will have a batting
Unfortunately, there's
cage,
been
yeah.
nets brought from Threadgill to Morgan's, I believe, to make it a little better, but it's not really available to go up here at Morgan's and do that. And there's no lights either, unfortunately, to answer your
So,
question.
well, I was going to say, we got plenty of lights there. We're going to have a ton of lights pretty soon.
Right, they're not gonna light up a field to then do that, but.
So, anyway, okay, thank you.
Right, Councilwoman Neighbor?
Yeah, reason why I wanted to speak real quick is if I support the first motion versus a substitute, or rather the substitute motion, is there any way we can add in there that we can share a set of keys with him, Lisa, or is that not doable?
Yes, council, that we have we have communication, and with the president all these years, however they want to work it now. Little League at this time, the last 2, plus there was a couple other years prior to it, they did have fall Little League. No problem. We just work it together. I mean, there's never been a problem.
Well, then I'll support the substitute motion based on that. There won't be any problem with you getting access immediately to that field when you set balls, stuff up. And I would hopefully suggest that, if you've got the whole month of September, tell her now, I need the key every night, just let me have it. Come on, send somebody over and unlock the fields and all. So I just want this to be easy for you and for all the people you're trying to set this up, because it's such a great thing for the kids that want to do this. I want this to not be a government red tape kind of thing. That's why I'm anxious about everyone saying, well, the substitute motion is the right thing, because we don't want to give up control, because ultimately it's the city's responsibility if anyone gets hurt or gets broken into. So I feel that's responsible on that part, but I also want it to be easy for you to help your, many kids that want to play. So, yeah, if you come back up.
And I just want to say, we are in no way trying to shut the city out of this, okay? We don't really know what these new upgrades are going to do. And our board is reelected, we were just reelected. So now our new board is going to go out and put together what they want to do for fall, right? And so a lot of times when the board changes, different timing changes. That's why some years we've done fall ball, some days we've done clinics, some years we haven't. Depends on the volunteers, who's willing to put in the effort to go do it. And so our concern was, we put these new turfs on this field. The city looks at it and says, oh, we can book this thing from August 1 till December 1, and then, because it's wanted, because it's now a great facility, and we go to do fall ball, and now all of a sudden we don't have a field to do fall ball, because we've got tournaments every year, every month, or every week going on at Destin Little League. And I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's why we wanted to basically just reverse the ask, right? Of hey, come to us. Hey, USSSA wants to do 3 tournaments in October. Can we do it? And we can look at it and go, okay, yeah, that fits. We're going to do fall ball starting in September and be done. That's what we're looking for. We don't want control. We do indemnify the city. Little League International is a pretty big organization. There's plenty of lawyers, and as you all know, and as every lawyer knows, it doesn't matter whose name's on the top of that. Everybody's getting named. It's just a matter of how it shakes out. So I feel like that's kind of not really an issue, but thank you.
And I can assure council from staff, we're going to work with Little League. If they've got a plan for fall ball that uses it all fall, we're going to acquiesce and work with them to make it successful.
And that's all I'm asking,
And
because I don't want this to be hard for
We'll have those conversations
them.
early and often, as early as we need to make sure that we get the most utilization out of it. If it's Little League, wonderful. If it's other aspects that the city may sponsor, we can go down that path as well. But it'll be in a coordinated effort.
All right, with that, I'll call the vote for the substitute motion with city control with LLD priority. Or decimal, DDL, DLL, dyslexic. Yeah, Dewey had the substitute motion. I believe you had the second. Oh, on here.
We're waiting on, Ray's trying to do it.
All right, there we go. All right, ayes have it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So moved. 1 abstention, 1 no. And with that,
So Mayor, for a point of clarification, I just want the council to know, unless y'all direct me otherwise, this would not be coming back to you again. Because you've approved it. They already came back and asked you to reconsider. You've approved it again. I don't see another reason to put it on the agenda, so you won't be seeing it again unless you tell me otherwise.
All right, sounds good. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4B is a request for a lien reduction on a code violation that dates back to 2018, where a short-term rental property failed to register. They were notified and found a violation. A $250 per day fine began accruing on September 23rd of 2018. That fine accrued for 2,007 days for a total of $501,750. This afternoon, we did confirm that all of the BTRs and the STRs were paid as of March of last year, and at that point, the fines did stop accruing. So the number you see before you was between the September 23rd date and the March date of last year when those all of those fees were paid. The Childresses are here, and Mr. King is here, I think, going to speak on their behalf.
I'd just like to say I love seeing Dalton Threadgill getting so much attention, man. What a treat that is, first of all. Well, good evening, Mayor. What's that?
Was you up here?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Johnny King, and I had the honor of serving on this council from 2020 to 2024. For those I served alongside, it was one of the greatest privileges of my life to work with you for the city. I come tonight not necessarily as a former council member, but as a neighbor and a friend to share the story of Mr. Ken and Miss Beverly Childress. The Childresses have been tied to Destin since 1985. They've been coming here a long time. And this will tell you how we were talking the other day, and they said, man, when we first started coming here, we used to go to that restaurant way out in the country. It was called Fuddpuckers. I thought y'all think that was funny. Fuddpuckers, for those of you who don't know, used to be way out in the country. It was way out there. Yeah. So they bought this townhome in 2006. In October 2018, they received a notice for special magistrate meeting. The notice didn't mention anything about short-term rentals, and they truly didn't understand what it was about. At the same time, Mr. Childress was dealing with lung disease, heart disease, prostate cancer. Was later diagnosed with Parkinson's. The first time they heard about a lien was in 2022 when Vacasa took over as their rental management company. They were self-renting. Vacasa took over. 2022 is the first they got notified of a lien on their property. Ms. Beverly called the city directly and was told there was no lien. She called twice, was told by city staff that there was no lien on the property. I think they acted in good faith and relied on that information. Vacasa then rented the property without properly registering it. Meanwhile, the family faced profound hardship. In December 2022, their daughter Melissa suffered from cardiac arrest, was put on a ventilator for a week. In October of 2023, her husband, Randy, who was a very dear friend of mine and our family, passed away. To kind of tell you a little bit of their involvement. So Randy and Melissa moved down here by way of this townhome. They were able to come down, visit, fell in love with Destin. They bought their own condo at the Destin Yacht Club. I went to his celebration of life. There was 100 locals there. They were involved in the community. They're here. In October, well, Randy passed away in October of 2023. September of 2023, forgive me, forcing her to sell the condo at the Yacht Club and move back to Kentucky so that the Childresses, her parents, could be her primary caregiver. Mr. Childress, Marine Corps veteran, Purple Heart recipient, has endured cancer, lung disease, Parkinson's, and a stroke. Miss Beverly, now 79, please forgive me, is his and Melissa's primary caregiver. She worked full-time until she was 77 years old, until Melissa came home and became her primary caregiver as well. In October 2023, they moved management companies to Real Joy. And I believe Real Joy they acted correctly and started to pay the short-term rental registration fees. And I believe in March 2024, that was when everything came back, like Mr. Jones said. To be transparent, my understanding is there's still about $1,500 in back registration fees remain due. Is that correct? And the Childresses are prepared to pay them. Main reason we're here, we got to get them out of a 3-story townhome and into a 1-story unit that meets their needs. That's really what this request is about, allowing them to keep a home in Destin. And I've been assured that Melissa will be back in Destin as a City of Destin resident, who happens to be our #1 priority as a city. I know this council has the power to completely overturn this lien. That would be unreasonable, and the Childresses are not asking for that. They're willing to accept a fair and just penalty. My experience, I've seen this council reduce liens by 84%, 98%, and 90%. 3 different liens. That's an average of 91%. Our ask tonight would simply be that you reduce the lien to $40,000. It's a big ask, I know, but in light of the misinformation, the mismanagement, and the extraordinary hardships this family has endured, believe it is a fair and compassionate path forward. I know each of you values fairness and community. I saw it firsthand during my time on the dais. On behalf of the Childress family, I thank you for considering this request and for the way you continue to serve the people of Destin. At this point, I'd be glad to answer any questions, and the Childresses and Melissa would be happy to answer any questions as well.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Mayor, I move to reduce the lien to $35,000.
All right, I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a second. Discussions. Councilman Guile.
I have a question. You said that they called in, I apologize, 2022 and was told there was no lien? Was that what you said? Or 2020?
Turn the mic on.
That's what I said, Mr. Gow.
This isn't the first time you've been here. Turn that.
Channeling my inner Mr. Destin here.
Well, I have a question for staff. Do we know what that balance was in 2022 during that time when we said that there was no lien?
You can calculate it. It's $250 a day from the day it started. So what was the date? Do you know the date? Or just sometime in 2022? Did it say in there?
October.
When it started,
in September.
October 17th, 2018.
Oh, I know when it started. I'm asking when you got the information that there was no lien. That's the date you're asking about, right? September?
Yeah, I'm asking about the date that we told them there was
Right.
no lien. How
That's the
much-
date I'm asking about.
Right,
I
I'm
know
trying-
when the lien started.
I'm trying to find out what that date was, what that lien amount was, because in my mind, if we told you there was no lien, which this goes against everything that and it hurts deep in my core, because I am so against short-term rentals, it hurts. But if we told you that there was no lien at that date, in my mind, anything accrued after that shouldn't be, nobody should be responsible for. But whatever that dollar amount was before we made that comment, they should still be liable. So that's what I would like to understand, is what that dollar amount was.
Kim is calculating right now.
From October 17th until the lien,
Until they were told, from the one, when the balance, the date they told you there was no lien. Whatever that balance was, from the time the lien started to the date they told you no.
I can get that for you. I have some text message conversations between Miss Beverly and
Because anything
Picasa.
after that, to me, is on us as a city.
Okay.
No fault, no blame, everybody makes mistakes, but anything prior to that was still in existence.
Yeah, just to put it in perspective, $250 a day times 365 days in a year is $91,250 a year. So 2019, 2020, 21, 22, right? So 4 years-ish,
No, that's not.
plus or minus $90,000.
Does that sound right? So $360,000 is what you're thinking?
If it was exactly 3 years, it would be 274,000.
She said 4.
I know, that's why I'm like, all right, well,
20 was a leap year, you guys are going, I mean.
The bottom line is, it's around 91,200. It's around 91,250 a year, right? So whenever that day is, however many years that was, you would just times it by that amount. If it's 1 year, it's 91,000. If it's 2 years, it's about 182. If it's 3 years, add another 90,000 to that.
I'm not a mathematician, but I was mistaken in saying 2022. It's 2023, of July of 2023 is what now, how permissible this is between them and Vacasa, I don't know.
Okay. So Picasso. Well, then Picasso, why can't they sue Picasso for lying?
That's a long road.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, that's not our problem.
well,
And that's not our taxpayers' problem.
that's right.
So help me understand.
So
I'm Melissa Davis. I now reside in Kentucky, 7167 Hilliard Circle. I'm their daughter. Picasso was a part of this, but my mom did call because she has a name of the person at the city that told her 2 times that there was no lien on the property.
Right, but I'm trying to find out what date that was that she called and was told
And
that?
that was in 2023.
Okay, 2023, and the lien started in 2019, though, correct?
2018.
Yeah.
Lien started
2018.
on September 23rd of 2018.
Okay, so almost we'll say
The
4.5
fir-
years.
Mr. Gallo, the first correspondence I have at all is, I believe, July 2023, and I'm trying to confirm that with you right now. But that was when it got brought to their attention, and so they immediately, of course, call. They're not trying to dodge $250 a year. They immediately call the city of Destin. So July 23rd of 2023 is what it looks like to me. Immediately call the city of Destin. They said, we don't have any knowledge of a lien against your property. So, sorry, forgive me. Well, I can tell you the second time they brought it up was July 24th, 2023, and that's when the second call was made. Is that correct?
Okay, when was the first? Yeah. Because what my substitute motion is going to be is whatever that dollar amount there was still responsible, but they should go after Picasso legally for those funds at that point, and Picasso's the one that misled them. Because it's not a city issue at that point, but anything that the city presented and they were still accruing, then that's a city issue, and that's what we should take into account. Anything prior to that was their failure, not our failure. Correct? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you can find me the date from the first, I would say from the day the lien started to the first time we made our mistake, that's the balance they should pay, and they should go after Vacasa legally for that, not our taxpayers.
Did you say that you thought the date was July 23rd, 2023?
that was the second.
That was the second time, okay.
June 1st, 2023. Sorry, I was trying to read the date on the text messages, but I'm looking at the notes here. I'm going off of handwritten notes.
So that would be 1,712 days from when it started, September 23rd of 2018. That comes to $428,000.
So my substitute motion would be reduction to $428,000, and if they feel they want to go after Vacasa, that's on them.
Is that a motion? Substitute motion?
It's a substitute motion.
All right, do I have a second for the substitute motion?
I'll just second it for discussion.
Okay. All right, and you're up.
We've had situations before that we've had very poor communication between whether it's the city or the short-term rental company. But in my heart of hearts, at this point, I feel like we've gone with the 16% of what that amount would be, and that calculation would be $80,000. And, I would like to, see if we could find out if we could just come to terms with a set amount and do what we've done in the past for very strange situations that have happened with people that, have been in dire straits, that had completely no idea they had a lien, they had, bad information, and we did 16% of, for this case, that 400-something thousand calculates down to 80,000. So, that's where I'm at right now. I know that we're on a second motion, a substitute motion. So, anybody else?
Yep, Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand Mr. Giles' point, and I've probably supported that against the doctor who was selling his house and making $5 million, and he owed us $400,000, and I think we settled for $100,000 or whatever the heck we said.
Yeah.
This is kind of the theme for tonight for me is this is not a zero-sum game. These are folks, good folks. I got my master's at Western, go Hilltoppers, okay? So, but it's not, it's kind of like the FRS and the Social Security thing. It's not about the $271,000, and this, to me, it's not about the $500 and whatever $1,000. It's about what's fair for everybody, and that was the question when I talked with you. What's fair? What's fair for the homeowners and what's fair for the city? You've been up here. What's fair for the staff? What's fair for the citizens, to pay? And I just think that I won't support the substitute motion because I don't think 420,000, although I understand exactly how you got there because engineers, we tend to think exactly like that. I just don't think that's fair to these folks. And I knocked, you agreed to 40,000, and I would take 40,000. I'd even take 45, but I knocked it down a little bit because y'all actually probably traveled down here from Bowling Green and to show up in person and make your case, and you deserve some consideration for that. But we're up here to fairly represent the people that elected us here, and I think to fairly represent them tonight would be to show some compassion for these folks. Yeah, you made a mistake, and you should pay for that mistake, but you shouldn't pay 500 or 4. In my mind, my personal opinion, you shouldn't pay 500 or 400,000 for that mistake.
Councilwoman Trammell.
My question is for Mr. Bagby. If you look at our little chart here, and it says on March 2024, they still had $1,500 in back STRs. Are you including that in the amount or in addition to the amount?
Well, I would say that would be all-inclusive in my motion, but my information that I got, and I had David verified, and it may be wrong, but he told me in my briefing this afternoon that they went back and verified that everything had been paid by Vacasa, the short-term rental fees and the BTR fees. And if I misunderstood what you told me, I made a mistake again, which happens regularly every day.
The
But
fact that the lien stopped accruing means that all of those fees were paid and that it was in compliance, or else the city would not have stopped the daily fine from accruing when it did. So
Okay.
it is the city's belief, based on their records, that everything was paid.
so
That was
my belief.
That's my mistake on that chart, if that's
Yeah.
the case.
So my belief is that 1,500 has been paid, but if it hasn't, I would include it in the amount that I made in my original motion, which is not being debated.
Okay, thank you, I can support that.
All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. The bottom line is the $1,500 that they didn't pay for their licenses is what they owe the city. After that, it's what's called punitive. Punitive is for when you took an action you knew was wrong and you're punished for doing that. I don't think these people should be assessed because they were not trying to take an action that they knew was wrong. And with all due respect to Mr. Giles, I'm not sure how you rationally come to the conclusion that before you were told there is no lien, you owe the lien. If you're told there is no lien, how could you possibly owe the lien for that prior date? So while I understand where he's coming from, I don't really get that train of thought. And so, in my opinion, we're still giving them $40-some thousand worth of punitive. I don't think that's right, but it seems to me to be a fair compromise that takes into account their situation and still gives the city the hammer for later people to say, it's not just that you're gonna have to pay what you didn't pay in licenses, we can charge you more. And that's the object of what the liens are. It's to get attention of the people so that they know they're not gonna be able to ignore our rules with impunity. And so $45,000 is still a hell of a price for 5-6 years worth of licenses, but I'll go along with the original motion.
All right, Councilman Guile.
One last thing. Councilman Destin, I understand your point, but ignorance is not an excuse in any point of the law. So it's your job to know what you're going to do whenever you put your residents up for a business. And to me, ignorance it's no excuse for any other point of the law. Why would it be for this point of the law? Secondly, I would like to address something Councilman Bagby said. You said we're here to support the people that voted for us. Well, these people are from Bowling Green. They are not homesteaded. They did not vote for us. They are not our residents. They are a business. That's all they are. They are a second tier on our list. First tier that we said we would put priority are our residents. So these people don't vote for us. They're not our resident, and I put our residents first.
All right, with that, the discussion board is off, and we have a motion on the table for, I believe, $482,000. And that is our substitute motion at the moment. So we're voting on that substitute. All right, Councilman Giles stays to his guns. All right, so we're back to the original motion of Councilmember Jim and Abear for the $35K on the board. Other substitute motions can be made at this moment, or
I'd
we
like to
can
make
go.
a substitute motion to come to like I said, the 16% that we have charged for others that have had very severe situations come up. I feel like in this case, we certainly don't want to charge them $400,000. That's just really, it's mean, whether they voted for us or not. It's just not right. I would make a substitute motion, 16% of that, of an $80,000 would be what I would suggest. I'd like to make a motion that they pay $80,000 flat, and that covers any fees that are still outstanding, whatever it is, that flat $80,000.
All right, I have a substitute motion for $80,000.
I'll second it just because it makes more sense than 40.
All righty, so I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? All right, seeing none, we'll call the vote. Oh, boy, all right. Still decline, 3-4. No cigar. We're back to the original motion. I think at this point, we're not, I mean, I guess I'd have to accept a substitute, but I'm just going to call the vote if I don't see anyone else on discussion board for the original motion of 35,000. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. There's some stressful motions here. Jesus. I couldn't imagine being on this side. 35,000 original motion. Going once. Waiting for Ray to open the book. And while we're waiting, past councilman, can I get your address for the record? Doing this completely backwards. Address, please.
Johnny King, 846 North Lakeside Drive.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, council, mayor, everyone involved, thank you. Thank you, thank you. These are wonderful people. I've known these people my whole life. They are wonderful people. And Melissa did vote for you guys.
And they're moving back.
And she's trying to get back here.
I'm trying my best to get back. I have responsibilities.
So seriously, this has been a stressful few days for all of us, and we are
water, please.
Very grateful. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys making the trip down. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for coming down, and hopefully 35 is at least, stomachable, okay?
That's fair. All right.
Yeah, it is.
With that,
No, Johnny, you
on to the
get none of
next,
those
4C.
fees.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is regarding the Sea Chase Livery Vessel Agreement. This was an agreement between Ms. Sherry Andrews and council that expired at the end of June, and I believe she is here tonight to ask for your reconsideration of that expiration, or perhaps a renewal of that agreement regarding some registrations for vessels. And I believe Ms. Andrews is here, and she can explain
Hey,
what
Ms.
she's
Andrews.
asking.
Yes. All right, just name and address wherever you're at now.
Sherry Andrews, 5 Calhoun Avenue.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think all I want to ask tonight is to extend my original agreement. I believe I'm the only one that ever even came to council to ask for an agreement, and we've kind of kicked this can down the road a bit, and I've put off coming because until the ordinance is finalized, I don't know what to ask for. My business plan has changed, my business model has changed, and we're not really doing, I guess they are considered livery. We're doing actually captain charters only. I do have 10 medallions, and all I'm asking is to extend this until we get all the I's dotted and T's crossed or whatever. And then I probably will come before you again.
All right, fair enough. We got the board lit up. Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think we can really extend something that's expired, can we?
No, it wouldn't be an extension at this point. It's over, so now it would be a reinstatement. I think the extension term came because when Ms. Andrews first came to the city, it was still in effect and the name just stuck. But then she pushed it back a couple of times waiting on the ordinance. So at this point, it would be a request to reinstate it technically.
All right. Councilwoman Abear.
Thank you, Mayor. You've had these registrations for 2 years, and they're pretty much expired now, right? Of 10, you had 7?
I had 20, actually.
Okay, and so you still have 2 that are still?
We have 2 that are, no. I have a management company that runs my vessels right now. A couple of them here, and then my original are up in Niceville. So the captain, bareboat, they're the yacht boats. I have the exact same insurance as the yachts. We run true bareboat charters. We have bareboat charter agreements. We have named drivers.
I'm just asking about how many you have
Oh, I'm
still
sorry.
registrations, not your business. You have 2 registrations not assigned to a boat, right? 3 registrations. that
They
you
are
s-
not currently assigned to a boat because I have a management company running those boats.
But you've had
If
that
I
for-
quit those registrations, if I give them up, or if I don't use them, I mean, if my agreement with the management company ends, then I've got nothing.
Russ, I'm saying you've tried for 2 years.
I haven't tried, no.
Okay.
Like I said, this year, my business model changed, or a couple of years ago, my business model changed. We went to the captain charters, and this has got kicked down the can because we were waiting on the yachts. What was going to happen? Were they going to need livery licenses? Were they going to need some of the excess ones?
Right.
So that took 6 months. And then the ordinance. So I was waiting on that. So the time just progressed and progressed and progressed because I didn't really know what to request because there was no ordinance in place to give me some guidelines.
Were you holding out for, at the time, a larger fee to resell your registrations to other boat owners?
I didn't know what I was doing. I've been in the middle of moving, and I really just, the agreement was there, so I just kept them. I was one of the original that took the $100. I think all of us, any person up here that's a business owner, you open a business to grow a business, to grow it, to sell it. Mr. Destin, you know, I sat at Dewey Destin's the first week it was open in a little shack on the harbor. And now he's got 3 or 4 restaurants, you know, ice cream places. What if somebody had said, I'm sorry, Mr. Destin, but we're only going to allow so many seafood restaurants in this town.
I think what we're talking about now is the livery vessels, and that's strictly a completely different situation because we've put a moratorium in place, so we've had our limitations. I was just trying to get from you, were you trying to resell these when you weren't going to open up and continue on?
I did resell 8 of them,
Okay.
yes.
But
I don't really care about reselling them right now.
Okay, because your time's up. You've waited for 2 years, so they basically expired, correct?
I did wait for 2 years because I was waiting on all these ordinances
Nothing
between the yachts and the, you know, we've been discussing this for a year at least. And so there's no point me coming up and asking, can we extend this, can we extend this, can we extend this, when we thought this was going to be resolved a year ago. And then the yachts came up, and we thought they were going to need these livery licenses. So yes, because I was not allowed to grow my business, it's cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands, over the 6 or 7 years that I was still in business, and there was a moratorium. You know, everybody wants to grow their business. So if we make $20,000 off a medallion, the city cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue. So I don't care about selling them now. I need to keep 3 for myself. Or when we're talking about these moratoriums, if y'all say, sorry, Sherry, hit the road, we're not going to do it, there's nothing, that's why this whole moratorium and medallions, they make no sense, because I can turn around tomorrow, walk into City Hall, I have the parking, I have the bathrooms, I can get a new BTR, and now I can put captains, just as I am, but now I can do 6-packs with nothing. So to me, a boat is a boat is a boat. We keep saying, y'all say, well, we'd like to have 0 boats, from 490 to 200. To 0. You know, that's kind of an insult to us that have worked hard to grow that harbor down there. If you want to put on, if you Google what people want to do in Destin, put it in ChatGPT, put it on, or Google it. Number 1 is the beaches, number 2 is Crab Island. So, I didn't mean to get off on a rampage, but, so I'd like to just get this reinstated until we have something that says you cannot transfer it. You have a year to transfer it. You know, I know of 3 people right now that are operating down there illegally, and they would like to have a medallion. So how do they get one? Why can I not make up a couple $100,000
We've never
that
issued
I've
medallions at all.
Huh?
We've never issued medallions, we've never sold medallions.
Well, whatever, the registrations.
Yes, I
It
don't
was
know where that
tagged as
term even come from.
medallions in 2017 or whatever.
All right, with that, let's keep it rolling. Councilman Schmidt? Oh, no, perfect timing.
Miss Sherry, you touched my heart because you remind me of my grandma that passed away a while ago.
Well, thank
and you're
you.
standing up there, you look so pretty, and your hair and everything. So, a couple years ago, you came and asked for an extension on something because you said your landlord kicked you out. But maybe I shouldn't say those words. But
No, I was
you lost-
retiring.
You lost
that
the
was my
ability to
choice.
use the docks where you were operating. I think
Yeah.
you told us. So you didn't have a place to operate in Destin at the time, so you were trying to sell and retire.
Right.
So you wanted an extension. And you were going to pursue people to buy your registrations, I think, over that time. So what would have changed with the yachts? If something,
We went
you just said that we've been kicking the can for 6 months. Hasn't been a year, I know that with the yachts, but what would have changed with the yachts for you to come in 6 months ago and not ask for an extension?
Well, I was here.
But-
I was at the meetings.
But what
and-
have we
well,
done or
because
not done that's affected that?
There wasn't a point, there wasn't, it wasn't resolved until like May, and then this all came up.
Is it because you
again.
have sold them to a yacht
Yeah,
owner?
absolutely,
And now they don't have to have them? Is that what you're saying?
right. And I don't need them all. I don't need all 10 of them, but I would like to keep 3
And what are the
because
3 that you want to do?
they're in use now, but they're under a management company and they're medallions.
And
So
they're
if
livery
I
vessels?
sever ties with with this management company, I've got to have the
And you have
medallions
3
myself.
vessels
Yes.
operating as livery vessels
Yes.
under a management company.
Yes,
And if you sever ties with that company, your company can operate in the city of Destin with those 3 vessels?
yes,
Are you able to tell us where you're operating?
no. Where they would be operating?
Right.
I don't know. That's why, right now, they're under the management company.
So
So
then-
as soon as I sever that tie, if I have to sever that tie, I've got to go find dock space.
Okay, so you don't have the dock
No,
space?
no,
Right.
no, I would like to continue my agreement with my management company, but if something happens down the road next year, they go, oh, okay, we're done, we need these for our boats.
Right.
Then, I would like to have 3 in my pocket.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, like the whole medallion thing, otherwise, I just walk in, and now I operate double-decker boats. They're unique boats, they have slide, trampoline.
And why don't you
They
just come
stay-
into City Hall tomorrow and get the new BTR?
Because I
and
would
change
like
it?
to use 12 people. I operate as a bareboat.
To make more money.
And I put 12 people. We do, bachelorette parties, and every one of my boats is captain, though. We're not putting,
Yeah.
we're doing it right. We're doing it.
I know
we're
that
doing it
this
the right way.
process has been very tedious and long.
It
I
has
think
been.
we've
It's been
talking
8
about it
years
for
or something.
Livery vessels for a long time, but I can't support doing much to extend it again for you, just because me personally and people I've, spoken with as well, I mean, I wish you would have come up here 6 months ago and asked us for an extension. It's kind of like after the fact here, but the plan was you were going to go hit the streets and sell those things 2 years ago. That's what you told us. And so
Yeah,
I
kinda.
don't know what happened, but I just can't, I don't want to reinstate it.
I didn't want to,
again. Right.
I don't
That's
care
fine.
about.
Things change.
I don't care about the 7 medallions.
Sure.
I don't care about,
Okay.
I don't care about selling them. I would like to, obviously.
Right.
Because we got shorted a lot of money. I don't think you'd like somebody coming to your business and say, oh, you can only have 5 clients.
So did you renew the 3 that you're using?
They're
Are they-
renewed until, I have all 10 of them are paid for until the end of 2025. I pay on them every year.
Right.
So they're sitting there,
So in
and I
theory,
still
David,
pay
she
on
just
them.
has registrations, but not really with registrations because they're not assigned to a boat. So you have them
No.
on paper, but you've been,
Right, that's
but
what
we
the
didn't extend
agreement.
we didn't extend it, right? So.
Yeah,
The tying them to the boat just came up, so even if I had extended this agreement, it's still, it's,
Okay,
until we know what the ordinance is gonna actually say,
got it.
it's difficult, but I have no intention of using the 10 medallions. I would like to keep 2 or 3, at least 2, possibly 3. And like I said, this whole moratorium, and if it's to keep the amount of boats down, there's nothing to prevent me from coming in here tomorrow if y'all say, no, you can't have any. And then, I can't run 12 packs, but I'll put all 10, I can find dock slips for 10 boats. So this whole medallion thing, and I don't think everybody really understands it 100%. Because a boat is a boat is a boat.
All right, let's
So
keep this
whether I
rolling.
have 6 people on a
Yep.
boat or 10 people, if I have the
Point
available
taken.
parking, what is the difference?
Do you have anything added?
Yeah,
That's all
just
you've got.
that my understanding was they were unassigned, right? And you had 2 years, they gave you 2 years to
Right.
have unassigned permits.
Right.
Okay. That answer your question?
Yep. All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Sherry has been caught in this or participating in this or whatever you want to call what we've been have going on here for how many years with moratoriums and registrations and medallions that we don't have from the very beginning. And some of the points she makes about how many restaurants we can have, how many charter boats we can have, how many T-shirt shops we can have in Destin, not really being something we should be setting, I couldn't agree more with. But since she has been involved with this and has been paying her license fees, you know, it's 3 licenses you're trying to go forward with.
Yes, sir.
I don't see the fairness nor what we accomplished by telling her she cannot before we've even made the decisions on the rest of the nuts and bolts of the lottery vessel, whatever changes we're trying to make. So I'll make a motion that she be allowed to renew her 3 licenses, whatever we want to call those things, and that she be in the pool for whatever decisions we make, whenever we make those decisions.
So those would fall under unassigned, 3 unassigned licenses. Is that kind of a clarification you need if we're going to be moving forward
Yeah,
soon?
that's what I understood, that you're going to allow her to have 3 permits with unassigned.
All right.
Is there a time limit, or are you saying indefinitely?
A time, a deadline?
You know, right now, the boats are, like I said, I have a management company running them. If I went to them and if I could find dock space, which is commercial slips in Destin, are like trying to find a unicorn. And then, so, potentially I would have to shut down if I went out from under this management company. So as long as we have an agreement in place and I'm operating under their agreement, it's hard for me. I would like to keep them unassigned, or I have vessels I can assign them to, they're just not in the water. I don't know. It's kind of muddy. It's kind of, that kind of muddies it up a little bit.
Would the year help you is what I'm asking. They've asked if there's a time that we're going to set in.
Yes, and if we can't resolve something by then we'll just, like I said, revert
We'll
them
be
to
back
6
where we
packs.
started, yeah. So I'll put a 1 year in there if that makes it more acceptable to my fellow council.
All right, I got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second for this.
All right. With that, any further discussion? Councilman Desson? All right, Councilman Guile?
Hello, Ms. Andrews, how are you? I got a question for you. You said you have a management company that's running your other permits. You said you don't know where they're running those out of?
Yeah, they run out of Marina Cafe.
Out of Marina Cafe? Okay. So at Marina Cafe, they've already justified the parking, they've already justified
Yes.
everything else? Okay, so you have those through that management company. Something else you stated is that, do you currently have a dock?
Do I have a dock?
Yes, do you have a dock?
No.
Because you were
I
mentioning.
have a management company that operates my boats.
But you were
for me.
mentioning you could turn them into a chartered 6-pack or something like that. So how would you do that if you don't have a
Well, I
dock?
know people I know where the unicorn is.
Okay, so you're saying you could have access to a dock?
Yes,
Okay, if you have access to a dock, why don't you assign them to the boats that you're talking and put them at that dock?
because then my management company wouldn't I live in Panama City. My main residence is here in Destin. I live in my second home in Panama City Beach. So it behooves me, I'm trying to retire, but it behooves me to have a management company run the boats, so I don't have to be here on a daily basis running the boats.
Well, you could
Because I'm like
hire
his
somebody to
grandma.
manage the boats, but I'm just
I
trying to
did
understand.
hire someone to manage the boats.
Right, you could have an employee rather than a management company. You say you have docks.
Well, they have
and
my
the
other
other claim
boats
you
as
made
well.
is that we're costing you hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. How are we
No,
costing
You're
you?
not now, Mr. Giles. When the moratorium went into effect, I started my business in 2010 with 1 boat, 2 jet skis. In March, in April, we had an oil spill. We persevered through it. The next year, I added on. That's what businesses do. I went to 4 boats. The next year, 2 years, I went to 8. Then I went to 12. Then I went to 20, sorry. I had the opportunity to add another 6 boats. I could not add another 6 boats because of the moratorium. If you add up that lost income, we're talking, it's about $2 million that I could have made in the last 6 years.
If there were no moratorium.
If there were
But you
no
understand the
moratorium.
purpose of the moratorium was public safety, correct?
What's that?
the purpose of the moratorium was public safety. So you're saying at the risk of livelihoods, other people's livelihoods, you could have made $2 million, right? I mean, we've done a harbor study that says we're over capacity, so you're saying we've cost you $2 million over so many years because we're trying to protect the public.
What's the difference? Let me ask you this. What's the difference in me running those boats as a livery or being I operate them with a captain? What's the difference if I come in tomorrow?
Shall I explain
and
that
say-
difference to you? So a captain, do you think a captain can operate that boat more effectively, more efficiently than a tourist?
Yes, that's why I put
Okay, do you
captains
think
on
they
them.
could, do you think they can manage that boat more safely?
Yes, that's
Do
why
you
I
think
put
they know how to
captains
go
on them.
ahead and anchor off on Crab Island properly?
Yes, that's why I put
Would it prevent
captains on them.
accidents, do you think?
Yes, that's why
Well,
I
that's
put captains
exactly
on them.
why a captain boat doesn't require a moratorium.
That mine do require, my
Okay,
boats
I'm-
today do require livery. You guys consider a bareboat charter, even though I have the yacht insurance, you consider, and I have all those, none of my boats go out without a captain, not one. It's a named insurance. I went from 500 a
Then
year
you don't need the
insurance to
medallions.
75. I'm sorry?
Then you don't need the medallions. If every one of your boats have a captain, you don't need a
The city
medallion.
considers them livery licenses, sir. The city considers them livery licenses, even though I have captains. My boats do not go out without a captain. But the U.S. Coast Guard defines a bareboat charter differently than a six-pack charter. A bareboat charter, under the U.S. Coast Guard rules, in this, I can carry 12
We
people.
don't follow that same definition, though, do
So our definition for livery vessel used to require a U.S. Coast Guard licensed captain to be exempt. And then what Ms. Andrews is talking about is when we changed the definitions in the time frame where we were discussing the yachts, we said now it's all rented vessels, including bareboats. Bareboats do have a captain, but the difference between a bareboat and other captained vessels is that for a bareboat, the owner of the vessel relinquishes control completely to the tenant, and the tenant chooses the captain. Usually from a list, but they can choose a captain. On the boats that are still exempt from the livery definition, they have a captain at all times, and the owner remains in control. So she's right that a bareboat with a captain is still a livery vessel.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the only
difference
way I
is-
would support this is if she assigned those 3 medallions currently to a vessel, and and it's compliant with the current code.
Councilman Bagby.
Okay. I'm halfway to where Mr. Destin is because I would support till the next season, which is March 1st or whatever, when we require the new medallion. Or, God, I did want, registrations. I swore I wouldn't use that word and I did. Because what I don't understand is the management company, the role, because the registration goes with the boat, not with the management company. So you could pull all your boats under that management company and you say, you could find other dockage,
Possibly.
So I don't understand the argument, well, the management company could cut me off next. Okay, well, they just lost your boats. You know what? You still have the boats and you still have the registrations, and the management company just lost an asset that I'm pretty sure is making them money, or they wouldn't be managing them for you. So I'm trying to understand what the concern is with the management company, because you own the registrations and you own the boats, right?
The registrations, I have all my boats, not all of them, but 10 of my boats that were originally in Destin, I was going to retire.
Okay.
And so I shut down. Nobody kicked me out. Just to be clear.
Right.
That I was going to retire.
Right.
It's hard work.
Yep.
I've done it since 2010.
Yep.
Made my money, ready to go home.
Yep.
So I gave up my location, 314 Harbor Boulevard, Keith Howard's property.
Yeah.
And I after I gave up my location, an old business partner of mine came and said, hey, I'll take the boats, I'll manage the boats for you. You don't have to do a thing. At the end of the season, we split the money. I mean, that's a
Okay.
pretty good deal.
Yeah. But
So I
you
don't do
still
anything.
retain ownership of the boats, right?
So, yes,
Okay, and the registrations are registered to those boats that you own?
yes, but they're
Then I
operating-
don't care who manages them,
The
if-
stickers are not, they're under they're under a management company's. Which.
Yeah, I don't
it was-
understand.
It was approved by the city many years ago.
Okay. That doesn't even make sense to me, but none of this makes sense to me.
I know, it's very
The
convoluted. and
thing I
very
would
muddy.
say is, you know, you had 2 years. I grant, I'll grant you that. And I'm willing to say, you know, till next March, because by then, if we don't have something figured out on these livery vessels, then I say just let anybody do it, because this is insane how long this has taken.
Amen.
You know, you know,
It's-
I know
it's-
from your point of view and from John's point of view, it's worse than insane.
It is.
But, you know, so I'm going to make a substitute motion that we reintroduce or redo you till March 1st of next year. That gets you to where we have a solution. And then you can make an educated decision that says, hey, I don't want anything to do with these people anymore, or yeah, I'm going to do the other 3, but you have the boats, and you have the registrations, and you own the boats. The management company thing, I still don't understand why you keep bringing that up, because they're irrelevant in my mind, legally.
Well, I'm using their medallions or
Yeah.
stickers or
But-
registrations.
Registrations, but you
So
don't-
if I
you-
leave, if management companies break up, you've been
No,
in this business a long time.
you're not using their registrations, because you're using your registrations that are with the boats that you own. It's not their registrations. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
And in any event, I will change the date to March, because I don't think you can
Press your
substitute a
button.
substitute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you do a substitute? I
Press
didn't-
your button.
I think while y'all are
Okay,
discussing.
so I'm just going to make a substitute motion, because you had the original motion.
Okay.
Okay, you're going to change it to March 1st? I'm good.
That's fine. I mean, I may
Will
not
you
even
also
do it
make
next
sure
year,
they're
I don't
assigned to a
know.
boat and meet city ordinances as far as parking and?
They have to meet.
Absolutely.
She has to meet city ordinances with
absolutely.
or without that being in the motion.
Be assigned to a boat?
No, the assignment to the boat can be part of the motion if the motion maker wants it to be.
Will you do that? That's the only way I'll support it, is if it's assigned to a boat.
No, it's not. If you don't make it. No, I think the original motion was for it to be unassigned for 3 vessels. So if you want to change that to have them assigned, I think Ms. Andrews said she would agree with that also.
I would need at least until the first of the season to get them assigned to, because they are not assigned to my vessels. Those 3 are not assigned, they're unassigned at this point, but I would need at least a year to either move them or sell them, figure something else out. Or, like I said, this whole livery and medallion, as it comes up in this discussion, it's really a moot point, y'all, because, like I said, it doesn't matter. You're talking about the safety out there. You know, I put captains on my boats. I ran for 15 years, 20 boats with 200 people there at 9 o'clock every morning that, you know, they were wild. I'm not, so I decided when I got out of the business to keep a couple boats. We went and bought some nice double-decker slide unique boats and decided that we didn't want to do the.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Councilman Schmidt.
So it sounds to me like Ms. Andrews has transferred her registrations to somebody else.
Several years ago.
Because you just said that a management company is using your registrations on
They're
their
not using,
boats.
they're using their registrations on my boats.
You just said they're not your boats.
They are my boats.
It just came out of your mouth that they're not your boats. That's not your boats. That they're their boats. So it's your boats, the
Yes,
3?
yes.
And your registrations?
Yes, and they manage them for me. And under
Okay,
under this big umbrella.
Right.
So
That's
they're
fine.
there,
They
they're their
manage
registrations.
your boats,
Under their registrations.
which have your registration numbers.
See, we're changing, registration to me is your FL numbers.
No, exactly. So
You know, so it's very
so that's the
confusing when
confusion.
it goes
I'll
from a
use your
medallion to
language
a-
then. Is it your medallions?
No, that's the
But
point.
we gave you 2 years with 10 medallions. So why aren't they your medallions? So that's why I don't understand
Because
what
the
we're
management-
extending then.
nobody wants
'Cause
to-
we have people lining up at the door trying to do business, no offense, they want to come here, they want to do livery vessels, they want to be doing business the right way with the city, and we're telling them no.
That's why.
But now this entire time, you're not even using them. You're using some, I don't get what we're doing. So that's why I
Because
can't
they didn't
support
want to give
extending
theirs
it.
up, Kevin. They didn't want to give theirs up either. They didn't want to give theirs
But
up
we have people
for
that
a
want to do
temporary
business.
vote there.
And you're using somebody else, so what are we talking about then?
I would like to move, let's say I have to move my
But you
votes.
don't need them. You're not using them. That's what you just told us.
I would like
Okay.
until March.
I just want to make sure I'm
I would like
understanding this
until
now,
March to.
which I think I am.
To change them around.
I hear you, but I'm clear now, so.
And I think y'all need to understand the whole livery and medallion. You're talking about the boats and the safety and the amount of boats out there, and
Yeah.
y'all are back here
Yeah, let me
mocking
get,
us.
let me get Jim in here, and we're going to call
Okay.
this.
David, who are the 3 medallions? Who owns those 3 registrations, stickers, or medallions? Who owns them?
She does.
You do. They're yours, okay? They're not the management companies. They're not Councilman Schmidt's. They are yours. You own those 3. And what we're explaining to you, and I applaud you, you're using captains and everything. Again, it's about being fair. You got till March 1st of next year, if this motion passes, to use them or lose them,
Perfect.
period.
That's all I
And no
like.
more
That's all I want.
extensions.
Councilman
Serious.
Braden.
That's all I want.
Councilman Braden.
Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Right? 8 years of this, Rodney.
I just don't get it. So we're fixing to, or the vote is, and if it passes, we're going to allow someone to have 3 registrations for boats that don't exist with no parking, no bathrooms, nothing else. And give her another 6, 8 months or whatever.
The boats do
So
exist.
it'll be 2.5 years.
I have 10 boats.
But we can't, so if we're gonna to allow this, then we need to allow anybody that wants to come to the city and buy registrations and stuff and hang on to them with no bathrooms, no parking, no nothing, knowing that they could overnight go get 3 boats, throw them in the water and start working, start making money with them. Is that what we're fixing to start doing?
Kim?
That's what we're voting on tonight?
Partially, until you got to the end and said they could start operating, because they can't,
You still
they
have to have
can't
parking.
start operating in the city until they meet the land development code and the codes for bathrooms and parking.
Well, how come-
What it's basically, what the motion would do, the rest of what you said was right. The motion would allow Ms. Andrews to keep 3 unassigned registrations for 6 months until March 1st, as I understand it.
With no parking, no bathrooms, nothing else?
She could keep the registrations, but to use them, she would need the bathrooms and everything else, because that's what the code requires. This is just basically letting her registrations be in her court and usable if she meets the code.
But the registrations that Little John has, he has to, right now, he has to have bathrooms, parking, everything that the code says, and she don't have to abide by those rules.
This is a council decision. You're asking me what the motion is. The motion is to have them unassigned to vessels, but she can't use them.
Then why is the city allowing that?
All right, hold down with the sidebar. Hold down with the sidebar. All right. Yeah. All right, are you good, Councilman Braden?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll call the vote. Everyone good on the motion? Yeah. Yeah, I guess understand the motion. You're about to tell me if you're good with it. All right, Ray, call the vote. All right, 3-4. Motion
Okay.
fails.
Well, I guess I'll load them up with 6-packs then.
See you
And while
tomorrow.
we're on the medallions, what is the difference while I'm here, so I can leave? there's no difference if a boat is a boat is a boat.
Yeah, for the sake of, we're going to be here till 11.
Okay.
I would request you ask staff tomorrow on that. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Bossman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 4D is just for information. I was asked at the last meeting to do some research into how CRAs generate revenue outside of the normal ad valorem incremental tax increases. So my research didn't show a lot, but there are some ways that districts have expanded their source of revenue. Number one, and probably the most prevalent, is to expand the district so that you capture more ad valorem base, so that as that increment grows, so does the revenue. Number two is to rent or lease properties that the district has acquired, typically a blighted property that they will attain through a purchase, and make improvements to it and make it a rentable or leasable property, or resell it for a value, or parking revenue. So as we looked at those, whether the council has any appetite to expand the district, that would certainly be your call. I don't think either of the CRA districts has any assets that they could rent or lease, so parking comes back as probably the only mechanism that would be within your purview to allow the Harbor CRA to generate additional revenue. So to that, we'll go to the next agenda item, which is 4E, which is a discussion of the paid parking program. Now, while this program doesn't have any provision to assign any of that revenue to a CRA, to the CRA district, that's certainly at council's purview. But as we address this item, this is a presentation by LAS Parking, and we have a couple of representatives from LAS, Mr. Chris Walsh and Louis Macedo here tonight. That'll kind of go through their proposals. We've got a couple of scenarios for your consideration. Scenario one is kind of a base model, which enhances our current efforts to capture revenue from our parking in both the usage and in the citations. And scenario two is kind of an enhanced model, which would add some more components to that. Both of the models would utilize a roving enforcement officer that would have a license plate recognition device on that vehicle, so that we could identify quickly and efficiently those vehicles that have paid to park and those that have not, and initiate an enforcement action in the instances where they haven't. So, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'll invite Chris and Louis to the podium to
Please come up,
kind
guys.
of
Thanks for
offer
being
their
here.
brief presentation to answer any questions you may have. And we're seeking direction tonight based on what you take away from this, and give us direction to go back and negotiate a firm contract we'll bring back with pricing and details.
Awesome.
Thank you for allowing us to be here, and we're looking forward to it. Chris Walsh, 5805 Northwest 97th, Parkland, Florida.
Louis Macedo, 2541 Northeast 135th, North Miami, Florida. Thank you, sir.
Yep. So what we can do is we'll walk through this, and we obviously went through the steps of submitting the proposal. I believe there's a competitive bid process. Through this, then we came back and met with the city representatives. We were asked to give different scenarios of taking your current paid parking program, the numbers that were provided to us, to analyze and kind of project what we felt with our expertise, years of experience, and different things that we do on kind of a best case scenario, mid case scenario, and kind of go from there. Before we jump through this, and to address some operational items, we really try to take the approach of not coming in and understand that parking is a very touchy subject. We all know that. So we really try to take a realistic approach and not come in and say, we're gonna write thousands of citations and your guys' phones are gonna blow up and it's gonna be a lot of problems. Understanding where your guys' program today is to what we took it to, or what we projected, was very conservative. And we can go through the numbers if you'd like to go to the first slide here. So these were the numbers that were provided to us. And these are kind of the global transactions. Now, out of the $932,000 of revenue, I think it was approximately about 20,000 some dollars of citation revenue, which equates to about less than one citation being issued a day. That's how we broke it out on the $100 violation cost per the city. We do realize that there's certain cases that somebody may get $50, somebody may get it waived or whatever it is, but just based on the facts and the numbers we looked at. So if you go to the next slide, please, sir. So what we did is on scenario one, kind of hard to see the board here, but what we did is we took what you guys have done, and you can see here we kind of just ran it out over from 22 to 25. All this is based on is two items. Number one, instead of writing one citation a day, it was 9. Those 9 tickets are not 9 a day every single day. It's going to be seasonal. We understand that. It's going to be based on a multitude of things, times, but we just said on an average, if we go from 1 to 9, here's what we can get to. The second factor we took into this, and again, the term can be a little tricky sometimes when you talk about dynamic pricing. When we talk about dynamic pricing, we're not always talking about increasing. We're actually talking about going the other way when we looked at your model too. With the Marlar lot, you've got a sign that says $15 parking. Off-season, if you did $5, maybe you can generate 32 cars a day, 22 cars a day. So it really was a holistic approach to this, to not come in and say, let's raise rates, this is the easy thing to do, let's go club everybody over the head and write 1 million citations. This was understanding being community conscious. This was also understanding where the model is today, not comparing it to other cities, because we run a multitude of cities around the country, so we can give comparisons. We've done startups, we've done property or cities, excuse me, that haven't charged instituted charging, so we can give a lot of different scenarios in that case. But understanding your community here and understanding what you deal with on a day-to-day basis is how we truly approached it. So this would be this scenario where, again, we talked about 9. The second one, I believe we went to 15. Yep, if you just go to the next one. Yeah, so we just went to, in the Harbor District, it was adding up to the 15 different citations. As we work through the slides here, what we did then is we also gave different approaches. Right now, it's all Passport, which is the company you utilize. It's an app that you'll pay, then the citations are managed through that. Through our conversations, what we had also talked about was, for the Harbor District, putting in an LPR system. The beach properties and elsewhere are too spread out. You're not going to make the investment, and we wouldn't do it either. We would never make the recommendation to go cameras around and do the LPR. But at least in the Harbor District, you could do the LPR systems. That is the license plate recognition, for those who don't understand, and it's just tied into that it will take your plate, it'll understand whether you paid or not. You will either receive a citation or you won't if you paid in a timely manner. The next slide, please. So here's how we looked at it here. So now we talk about the pricing, or we move on past the pricing. The next slide, please. LASGO. So this is a system that we utilize, and it's a QR code system. Scan, there's no app to download. It's very easy. And I think at the end of the day, what we're really talking about is generating the income, the additional income for you guys from the tourists. This is not necessarily, I mean, it's a program that can be used by everybody, but from our lens and how we look at this, this is to capture your seasonal groups and the tourists that come in here to make sure they're paying, make sure that they're doing it the right way, but conversely, making it very easy on them to do so, not having to download an app. It's going to be a scan to text. It's going to be a QR code on your phone. So it's just a simple way to go through it. What you see here, very simple. Again, we use this all over the country, use it in municipalities. We use it in every private, lots, different things to that effect. Takes every type of payment you can think of. Apple, Google, I mean, debit cards, everything it is the type of system that we can utilize here. Next slide, please. The additional programs here is we're also talking about reserving to pay the reserve parking. So if there's a different event, we can look at it differently, because when you talk about the community center, we understand there's going to be retail or folks that you don't necessarily want to park. We will be able to validate those at a $0, and it's obviously going to be predicated by the city direction to us. This is a system that we can control on your behalf as the management company of going through these things. But again, we can reserve parking, so someone's coming into town, you want to get a restaurant, you can do different things, and it can apply to everywhere that we're doing this too. The beach, the Harbor District, and so on. Just a quick little step, I mean, this is as easy as this. This is actually an example. We run the city of Nashville. So these are the steps that literally you do. You scan it, it tells you, you press the button on your phone, so it's literally about a 8 to 10 second transaction from start to finish. So we're not asking people to stand in the middle of a dark street or do anything to put themselves. It's pretty easy to do. You can sit from the comfort of your car to do this. As mentioned earlier, the enforcement would be what we had put in our original proposal was to have a vehicle with a camera mounted on top. The camera then will obviously take the license plates, run it through the system. Tied into the payment system, we are going to understand whether people have actually paid or not. Then either a citation can be issued, or obviously, if they've paid, it just moves on. The bonus of the system, which you can see here, is we've also got stealth alerts built into it, so we can actually tie in with the police. So if it's a stolen vehicle, all the different things, silver alerts, all the different things that are registered to the license plate, our system will be able also to work in conjunction with the police to give them notifications of what's happening. So aside, I mean, it's just a little side fact. I know we're here to talk about parking, but just to understand that this system can be written, it can be coded differently to accommodate and give the city extra value above and beyond of what we're talking about. Next slide. So this one kind of jumps ahead a little bit. This is actually going into the license plate recognition for Marlar, Zurb. This is actually the community center, excuse me, as well. So this is just the camera type system that as you come in, this is a separate company that we work with, that it's their cameras, they come in, they install it, but we manage it for them. I want to say we were probably in the neighborhood of 300 to 500 locations with them around the United States currently. So this is a product that we are 100% behind. From your aspect of the city, you're only going to be dealing with LAS. We're going to be the ones managing the program. We're going to be the point of contact. We're going to be able to answer any questions that may be from both residents, tourists, however it is, visitors. We're going to be able to handle those on your behalf. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add?
No, this was going to be an add-on, right? Originally, in the original proposal, we talked about just a vehicle going around and doing the enforcement. So this was just something that we discussed in our meeting, that it was just something that could be done if we wanted to go to some of the lots and just make it easy to enforce and easy to manage.
Now, I know that there was a list of questions with some of the answers that we had provided to each of you prior to. I know these things can get lengthy and we can kind of get long and go through those, but we're open to any questions. The other comment that I would make too is, yes, we have a price to operate like most folks out there. I think that one of the questions that was posed to us was, what if you don't achieve the numbers that we're putting up here? What if you don't? I think as we go through this, we're going to look at it, and on typical average, when we've taken over operations from a municipality, we've had anywhere from a 10 to 20% increase of the revenues. And I think part of it is that this is our expertise. This is what we do for a living. We're out there. We put together the program that we felt most beneficial and cost effectiveness, because when you look at it, it really isn't, I mean, it is a lot of money, don't misunderstand me, to have someone out there. But we really took that approach to not, again, we know we don't need somebody out there 38 hours a day or 40 hours or something to that effect. So we really tried to strategize this, look at this, understand the seasonality. We're going to have highs, and some days somebody may work 13 hours, and then off season it may be 5 hours. I understand there was also the question of different seasonality. We can work with you guys. We have business in town. We actually operate the parking for the Destin-Fort Walton Beach Airport, so we are a local operation here. We do have a staff of anywhere from 25 to 35 people. So again, we're here, we're getting into the community, so anything that we can answer the questions, unless there's anything else you have to ask.
No, I think one of the questions was, how difficult it could be to staff. We just really need one parking enforcement. We do have a staff of 25. We know it can be difficult to find the right person and keep them employed, but one of the things that we do is we do provide all kinds of benefits. We do 401k, we obviously do health insurance, so we really go out of our way to make sure that we have the right person to be able to manage this for us.
And to tie on to that, in our cost proposal, all that numbers are built into that model. So there's no additional cost to you unless the scope of service is changed. Above and beyond that is something that I'd mentioned was, or mentioned previously in a previous conversation, was we incentivize our employees, and it's not going to be passed back through you guys. This is part of our management fee. We're going to put together a list of key performance indicators, and if they're all the boxes are all being checked, so to speak, and it's everything from customer satisfaction, city satisfaction, we're doing this, we're doing everything, we're going to take that out of our management fee to incentivize and pay our employees, which ties into the point Lewis brought, is we've been able to have a high retention rate every city that we've been in across the board. So we really do try to give back to our employees. And just for a little side note, I mean, we pay about 87% of our employees' benefits. So we are a family-friendly company. Again, it's been around since the 80s, for those who don't know. So we're here to answer any other questions you may have.
So just so I heard that last point correctly, the LPR, the cameras and the plates, that's not what you guys were coming in here originally with a proposal of just the cameras on the car? Or are we we're doing a hybrid?
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, the original proposal, alluded to it if the city would be okay with to add LPR systems, but the original proposal was to have one vehicle with the LPR system, and that would be roving through all the areas, including all the lots.
Okay,
that's
so the LPR plus the Rove is how that operates?
Correct. And just so we can clarify, if we do the lots, obviously it's going to have less enforcement now. You don't need to have the car roving there anymore, so it makes it a lot easier to manage. And yes, there is a cost to have that system in, but it's very accurate. It's really catching every single vehicle, where if you're roving, there could be a car that pulls in, pulls out, and never paid. So this system catches every single vehicle.
Correct, no, because when we were going out for proposal, I mean, that was the main ticket in my head, was those camera plates, eliminate, dare I call it, eliminate the tedious jobs and allow the cameras to work. And that's why I was very excited. I know it's not in this proposal, but for Joe's Bayou, which is our boat ramp, I think that would allow a employee to go from being the cash register employee to a deckhand service-oriented side of things. So that's really where I'm interested in all that. But with that, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of clarifications, and then I'm going to make a motion. I read scenario 1, I read scenario 2. You talked about original proposal and different things, but on the proposal, pricing made simple page talks about 5 lanes, 15 cameras, terms, and all that. That's for a combination of a vehicle and 15 cameras at all these lots, I'm assuming, right?
Well, that was for the Marlar's Urban Community Center, correct. That was not our original proposal.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
yes, just
these
wanted to clarify.
numbers
Yeah,
are
yes.
based upon understanding that.
Yes.
Okay. So, if we move forward with the contract, these fees, Crystal or Larry, would be, they'd be able to be paid for with the parking fund. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
That's correct. Both the revenues
Right.
and any processing fees related to collecting them go from the parking fund.
Okay, great. I'm sure we could ask 100 questions about technology stuff, but, and some people might, that's fine. Some of us have been waiting for this for a long time. This is
Yes.
exciting. There's no reason why we shouldn't be in the 21st century and doing things like this. So, I'm going to make a motion to move the city council, authorize city manager and staff to proceed with final contract negotiations with LAZ Parking, consistent with, I don't know how you want me to say this, but my wishes are the vehicle and the LPR cameras in Marlar, Zerby, Community Center, Joe's Bayou.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And an add-on of a validation kiosk inside the Destin Community Center.
Nice.
And authorize the allocation of capital funds necessary for all the other stuff.
I'll second that.
All right. Councilman Guile, up next.
I have a couple questions for you. Well, really, only one for you. We have these little Turing AI things out there in the city already. Can you already utilize those in your system? Can you implement those? They're like...
The cameras at the harbor?
Yeah, the cameras at the harbor.
We can integrate it with, yes, we can integrate.
Yeah, come on.
Sorry. Yes, we can integrate with the system that we had recommended, the LASGO system. We can write whatever programs, as long as you guys give us access to obviously talk to it, we can do that.
All right. Now I have a couple questions for the staff. First for you. You said we only gave 15 tickets in the year 2022?
No.
15 citations?
No, I want to say it was like 264.
Oh, okay. For some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
some
on
reason
an
I-
average, you guys are averaging less than one ticket a day.
Jesus
citation.
Christ, guys, pick it up. No, but.
We just
We're
run five
subbing out
outside
code
right
at this
now.
point.
Oh, my God.
Priority.
No, but, so I do have a question for staff, though. 2023, is that when we raised the prices from $5 to $15 on parking? Do you remember, Kim? Wasn't that it?
It was May 19th of 2023.
Look at that.
What time of day?
And we increased,
That would be 12:01, sir.
slight breeze out of the west. Yeah, but, so we had an 87% increase in revenue with 38% reduction in wear and tear on vehicles compared to 2022. And if you compare 2024 to 2022, we had a 104% increase in revenue with a 68% reduction in wear and tear from the vehicles. So I think this council made a very good decision. I think you guys did a great job on that one, but that's all I got.
Right. Councilman Bagby.
So, I am. Thanks for answering my questions earlier. I have one more question. We have probably 3,000 registered stickers who are residents in the city of Destin. And I would assume that they are in a database, probably an Excel spreadsheet that you could load up into because those people don't get tickets. I just want to make sure that you, and unfortunately, they don't put the stickers on their license plate, which is what you're reading. They put it on they're supposed to put it on the lower left side of their back glass.
Okay.
They put it on the lower right. They put it on the upper right. They put it on the front. So,
Absolutely, and I think that's, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I apologize.
Yeah.
I think that's part of why having the attendant with the vehicle, making the rounds, so the camera can pull it up. He's then gonna have the attendant or ambassador will get out of the vehicle and check the vehicle for the stickers to make sure that those are not issued.
well, those
You mean the
stickers
citations
are
on the
tied
street? I'm sorry,
to
excuse me. Yeah.
those stickers are
Agreed.
tied to a license plate
Right.
number.
Yep.
So when it reads, what I want is when it reads the license plate, it goes,
We get
nope, they're not in your thing, but they are in their database.
Yeah, we get a text that says, thanks for being a local of Destin.
Absolutely, we can customize whatever you like. I mean, honestly, we do all the handhelds, I mean, the automatic replies to whatever you guys like to do. We can customize this, I mean, obviously day one, because it's gonna be a learning curve for us as well, but over time, we can customize this to make it as customer-friendly, user-friendly, and, you know, make it a PR positive instead of necessarily parking always being the negative.
Yeah, because I think on that point, I think some of the things that we miss in our parking data is we only show how many vehicles paid. If they're a resident, that's oblivious in our data, which is fine, but we don't see the full usage of that. Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor. I take it for granted, since you're talking about being able to adjust, I suppose, parking fees seasonally, that you could do that anytime the council tries to get the parking lots to be used. As it stands right now, they're empty except for during holidays and special events. While revenue is nice, the object of the parking lots are there for people to use them. And that's where we need to go. And, I'm sure there can be some hybrid prices that we can get more and encourage people to use the parking lots, because empty parking lots don't serve any of us.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned the word dynamic pricing, because sometimes, the gut reaction is dynamic means we're gonna increase it.
The use.
And yes, and that's not it. We're not, no, I'm sorry, the pricing.
Right.
We're not, that dynamic for us is what I mentioned previously was, if it's $15 sitting there now and the lot is empty, make it $2, make it $1. Make it something, if you're gonna go spend $20 at a shop, it's free. We can customize and come up with plans and present it to you and the city itself on how to maximize the revenue while using the lot instead of it just sitting empty.
Exactly, and that's the point I would like to see us go in. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add something, our city policy, we've allowed vehicles to park for free if they have a disabled license plate or a disabled veteran's license plate or a placard. Now, the hang tag placard might be problematic, but the other two should be fine. That would probably just be able to come up on appeal. They could just appeal that.
Appreciate that. Councilwoman Aber?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in, and it was funny because when you said, we have this up in Nashville, I was like, I've parked in your lots in Nashville, and it is an extremely quick, it didn't even take 6 seconds, so you're right. It's a quick and easy access to a QR code, and I think it's going to be obviously, it's something we definitely need, especially when I'm coming back into town and passing by all those lots. I'm like, Larry, you got code out? There's like 15 cars sitting there behind McGuire's at 8 o'clock on Sunday night. So
And
it's
I
nice.
look forward to that day.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he always looks at it like they're Louisiana and Texas tags. They don't live here. So it's going to be nice to have your, action on helping us continue the revenue that those lots really can make. And we just don't have the resources to do that. So I'm thrilled that you guys are going to help us take over and make that a profitable option. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely, of course.
All right, with that, I got a cleared board. I got a motion on the table. Any other discussions? All right, seeing none. Ray, if you can open it up.
He's already ready.
Nice.
There's just no visual up on there.
All right, ayes have it 7-0. I am so pumped. This is like 3 years in the making. All right. Good stuff.
All right, we were
Thank you
very
guys for being
excited.
here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Appreciate
all.
your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Take him.
All right,
Mr.
Larry,
Mayor,
rock and
item
roll.
4F, it's that time of year that we prepare a list of appropriation requests. At the last meeting, we provided you a list of ideas that was certainly not meant to be exhaustive or exclusive by any means, but just a starting point. So tonight, we would ask for some guidance as to the direction you'd like us to go with these appropriation requests. We have been in contact with Rep. Maney's office already, and they've already put us on notice that it's time to get these things moving. We've had conversation with a lobbyist, and she's certainly ready to start lobbying on our behalf for those projects we'd like to ask funding for. The couple of things, the couple of them that we made requests for last year that were not awarded, it certainly never hurts to go back and ask again. Sometimes when they hear it more than once, there's a greater appetite to move it through the process. And probably would be wise and advisable to look at some different silos of money, perhaps 1 or 2 infrastructure projects, a recreation project, a resiliency project, and maybe a stormwater project. And hopefully we can land in some of those tranches of money and pull some out of it. So we look forward to your direction as we move forward in this process.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, so, having done this a few times, the first thing we need to do is figure out what our priority is, because I think we've had this discussion with this council last year and the year before. If you ask for everything, you get nothing. If you ask for 3 or 4, you get 2 or 3 sometimes, like we did last year. And so I don't know how we want to determine our priorities. I mean, I did my priorities, and I'm happy to share. Stallman, 4-prong, crosstown, and undergrounding. Because we have the money for all those that we can, because what this is going to be is a match. When we go to as the mayor goes to Tallahassee with all the homeowners from Destiny or wherever, if you have money, you get money. If you just go up with your hand open, you get nothing. So it's not a hard process, and we have money for our own money that we're bringing to the table, not just the counties or not just Triumph, Gulf Coast, or anybody else, but our own money we're bringing for Stallman. So I'll make a motion that we prioritize Stallman, 4-prong, crosstown, and undergrounding.
I'll second that.
Stallman, Crosstown, what?
Stallman, 4-prong.
4-prong.
Crosstown, and undergrounding. Because we have
Because we have money for all 4.
all 4, 4-prong I know has 1.6
All right,
plus.
and I got the second. All right,
Yeah.
awesome. All right, anything further? Nope. All right, Councilwoman Trammell.
I asked today about the Stallman Avenue It doesn't include the intersection there at the end of Azalea, and it doesn't include the smart signals on 98. It's just the little piece between those two. And I'm going, why are we getting just a little piece between those two? Have we already allocated funding for the end of Azalea and for the smart signaling on 98?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I thought it was for the tunnel.
Nope, it's not. That's why I was saying, for
Yeah, that's
that,
big, yeah.
if we want to talk about a tunnel, that's great. I'll do that instead of Stallman, but I actually had them look at it, and it's just a little piece
The road.
between the intersection and the stoplight. It's not,
Yeah. Councilman Dustin, do you have anything? I know you're kind of working that with.
Yeah, and the city manager can back up as our discussions with Baskerville. It covers the entire intersection and solutions to all the problems, including the tunnel, including AI.
A possible
For
roundabout.
the lights around, I mean,
The whole thing.
that's all been our discussion
Mhm.
from the very beginning.
The one that was identified in the mobility plan was exactly as Ms. Trammell mentioned. However, we would expect that we would expand this to include all of those components to determine, where the biggest chance of us getting some of the revenues would be. So we would certainly look at the intersections, the tunnels, the signalization of the intersection as well.
Yeah.
And that's, I take it for granted, as part of this motion to have the
Yes.
entire thing.
The entire thing.
included.
the entire
Yes,
thing.
this is
Okay.
the mobility plan, Stallman. This is what we've discussed.
Well, that's what he said CC-2 was, and I said,
That's-
that's not what we discussed. And that's why I didn't want him just putting that piece in.
Yeah,
I
that
wanted
does
to put the
nothing.
discussion.
Yeah, the
piece.
road does nothing without everything
Yes,
else,
yes.
yeah. All right,
Yes.
good point. Anything else? Councilwoman Trammell?
No,
Oh,
thank you,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep, no, you're good. Councilman Destin?
I was going to suggest that we approve the projects Mr. Bagby made his motion on, so I don't need to say anything else.
All right, Councilman Schmidt?
Can you remind me of the ones that we mentioned?
Stallman, Crosstown, Four Prong, Underground.
Do we have any money that we're putting forwards towards Joe's Bayou yet? Or do we not have money there?
I think that's just the BP money.
Yeah, I don't think we have any funds appropriated for that yet.
Okay.
But we do for Four Prong, obviously.
1.6
Yes, sir.
The city?
million from the state and 600,000 from the city.
Okay.
And the county has said that they will fund the rest.
Right. And so just, I know we are all on the same page about Stallman, but
Right.
just to be clear, we're not taking a broad look at Stallman. I think we're taking the specific intersection study, underground tunnel area. Nothing to do with the mobility plan Stallman item. Right?
Right.
Does that make sense? Okay. Right, I know, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. Councilwoman Trammell, anything else?
Yes, I did have a question. What are we putting into Four Prong?
600.
And we need more? I thought the state was paying for.
$1 million. Well, 3 years ago, or 4 years ago, when this started, and it
Yeah.
actually started a long time ago, before that, it was a $2 million project. Now it's probably a $4 million project,
Yeah.
just like everything else in this state. So we're going to ask for more. That's why we've also gone to the county and asked. The homeowners have already put up $500,000 and done the plans for, and they've got the permit from the Army Corps of Engineers. So we're just go to the state and say, the city's in for 6, hopefully the county's in for 6, state's already put in, and we asked for a resiliency project of 2 million? Yeah, 2 million, that we filed just last week or a couple weeks ago that Jeff
Okay,
did.
so we're actually asking for $2 million?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just.
Yeah. All right, I think we got some good clarification. I think everyone's in agreement at this point. I got nothing else on the board, so Ray, if you can open up the vote. All right, ayes have it, 7-0, so moved. Let's go.
Great. Thank you. Next item is 4G regarding the boating safety zones, particularly in Joe's Bayou. We were asked a couple of meetings ago to bring back kind of a flow chart that kind of lays out a process that would identify our ability to create slow speed zones, minimum wake zones, or a numerical speed limit. And that's before you in the chart that's in your packet. Specifically, Florida Statute 327.46, paren 1C, which says municipalities and counties have the authority to establish by ordinance the following other boating restricted areas, and it includes slow speed, minimum wake, and numerical speed limit, based on certain criteria which are laid out there below, a couple of those being subject to unsafe levels of vessel traffic congestion, hazardous water levels, occurrence, an area that accident reports, uniform boating citations, vessel studies, and other creditable data demonstrated present significant risk of collision or significant threat of boating safety. So there are some criteria that we need to meet in order to establish such an ordinance. If it's your direction to move this process along with such an ordinance, we'd like to have some greater conversation with like Norberg from the county as to exactly what that would look like. There is a draft ordinance in your packet that kind of lays some of it out, but we'd certainly want legal counsel to work with us to make sure we're getting the right documentation. We work with Sheriff's Office, FWC, to see what they have in their database that may apply to some of these areas. So that's where we stand with it. So based on your direction, we'll move forward.
All right, with that, yep, you.
I'll make the motion that you move forward to bring something back to us. I don't have the exact verbiage written up, but move forward. I know that there are a lot of folks in the city. Well, I make that motion. Anybody want to say something?
Yep, with that. Okay, I got a second by Councilman Destin.
And then I wanted to say something real quick.
Yep, keep going.
I do want to address it. There was several people that brought up a problem that happened last week when there was a resident that lives in Joe's Bayou that was exceedingly fast throughout the area back into one of the fingers to where they live, and had disregard for the residents that have property there, washing up their property. And I did reach out to Larry, who reached out to our sheriff, and I think you said FWC couldn't do anything unless they visually saw this individual who was exceeding the speed and probably not in his right mind.
Originally, FWC said that they were going to issue a citation based off the video, but then they came back and concluded what I had said originally, is that we can't issue citations based off of video. So that's where they've landed on it now, that there's no way they can issue the citation.
Well, I just wanted it to be on the public record because there were so many people that I'm sure I wasn't the only one that got the videos. It was on Facebook. I got phone calls. You know, can we do something about this? I mean, this guy lives here. He also knows how much we want the wake zone to be put to a minimum. So I think moving forward and getting an ordinance and putting it in place so that we can help those that have property there in Joe's Bayou and the families that have kids that are out there swimming, just to make it a safer area. So that's what I wanted to make sure was on the record, that we were trying, but we couldn't do anything because they weren't physically there to visually see this individual.
Councilman Schmidt.
So, Mr. Hebert, just to clarify, you're wanting staff to bring back an ordinance that allows us to put a slow wake zone or something up there?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. And we'll be able to do that like before the end of the year, so it's before next spring, you think?
I would like to know that we could probably bring this back. Do we need to put a time on it for them to do this ordinance? Maybe have it back to us by like the first meeting in October?
We can certainly draft an ordinance and have it back. I think the important part is going to be the justification based on those criteria that's laid out in statute. So we're going to have to do a little research to see what's available. what data we have, to what extent we need to capture data. So, but we'll bring you something back 1st of October at the latest with a report. It'll be either in the form of an ordinance or what we need to do to get to an ordinance.
Okay, I think we have to vote on it. I mean, I know I made a motion, it was seconded.
So I read through the attachments that y'all provided us in our agenda. And it seems like there's things that it does require, but I've yet to find where it specifically says data about actual police reports and things like that, because as we know, we can't get a police report because we can't enforce things and so forth. So my request would be to, I mean, I think we can go forward. It's pretty basic, it seems like, according to the statute, and this is the attorney, I get it, but hopefully y'all can prove to us that we can't do it, or let's bring it back like Teresa said, so that'd be great.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, question for the sheriff's office. 327.46, parent 1, parent C2, subparagraph 2 there. Because this is the criteria I think that Councilman Schmidt's referring to, and when I asked the attorney today, what was the definition of unsafe levels of vessel traffic congestion, she said that would be a good question to ask the sheriff. So in y'all's...
Not exactly what I said.
Larry was sitting right beside me. And
What I said was, I talked about the data that we needed to justify it, and that the sheriff's office might have information about the number of complaints or issues that were out there, and that he should ask you that question.
So
Right?
that is determined by state safe boating and waterways. Most of the criteria that they use for that is boating crash reports, which FWC works the vessel crashes in the area, and that data is readily available.
Okay, to your knowledge, is FWC in paragraph D, subparagraph D, an area that accident reports, uniform boating citations, vessel traffic studies, okay? Do they have like a little motion camera that could do a vessel traffic study other than sitting somebody out there, kind of like y'all do, or we do speed studies on roads? Do you have some mechanism, or do you know if they have some mechanism to do a vessel traffic
It's
study?
done by Safe Boating and Waterways. I'm making an assumption when I say this. I believe they do it by having someone out there do an account, just like what they did in the harbor with the engineers. The Army Corps of Engineers did in the harbor, where they had somebody sitting down there and count vessels.
Yep, they
I
did.
believe that's the way Safe Boating and Waterways does that, but I'm not positive.
Okay. So I think the staff understands what I was asking for, what the motion asked for, but when we were talking today, somewhere we've got to pull one of these little strings, and it's got to be the magic string, and I need y'all to tell us which one is, which, I think it's D, it's either B or D, I believe.
Not G?
No, there is no G. Nice try, though. Okay? Thanks.
Councilman Guile.
I've got a question to expand on Councilman Hebert's question earlier. So you're stating that video violations are not enforceable. Is there a limit in which they are? I mean, if we see somebody out there snorting, blowing, shooting dolphins, and we catch it on video, can we enforce that? Or is somebody just saying, I don't want to enforce it because I'm too damn lazy to enforce it?
You're talking about the difference between a crime and an infraction.
So you won't enforce infractions, but you will enforce crimes
It
by
won't
video.
it's not that I won't enforce infractions, it's that I do not have the authority to enforce infractions based off of video.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, the board's closed, and I'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it, 6-1.
No.
Who said no?
We're not.
All right, let's keep this rolling.
All right, item 4H If you recall, at our last meeting, we had a gentleman, Mr. Daniel Danforth, offer us $1 million. Well, there was a little more to it than just writing us $1 million check, of course. So we had some meetings with Mr. Danforth and productive meetings. So what we have moved forward is a grant request application for the FDEP, which the grant deadline was Monday. So we made sure we got the application completed and got it turned in timely. So it is there. So what this grant does is to funds a pilot program, which would be for Twin Lake and Coleman Lake, if we're awarded the grant, to deploy a mechanism that Mr. Danforth represents either through some ownership or agreement to represent that product, that he has some working relationship with DEP. So there's funds available through this grant program. There's no match, and it funds this program for a year. And at the end of the year, that mechanism has to be removed, and they will make some assessment of whether it's effective at controlling algae bloom or not. So being a one-year program, the funding does expire after 1 year. And so that these two lakes, while they're verified on the state's imperiled waters list, they are governed by private HOAs. So in the event this is a success and they wish to continue those, we would suggest it would be at the cost of continuing would be borne by those HOAs. So really, unless you would rather us pull that application back, we're moving forward with the application, and we'll let you know if we're awarded, and we'll move forward accordingly. But there's no expense to the city, either now or in the future.
Thank you for hustling and getting that through.
Mayor, just to make it official.
Please.
Make a motion that we direct the staff to go forward with the grant application.
I'll second that.
Motion, second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Ray, if you can open the vote.
Yeah, he's ready.
All right, there we go. 7-0. So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item is item 4I, which is the Destin Youth Council. At the last meeting, you appointed 5 resident members to the Destin Youth Council and 1 non-resident member. Asked that we try to get additional applicants, which we have a list before you. That includes the list in your package has 2 additional Destin residents and 5 non-residents. Since this, there's been 1 additional applicant which is a Destin resident. So your action tonight could be to appoint those 3 additional city applicants, which would put that total to 8 resident applicants. And you can have, by the bylaws, up to 5 non-resident applicants, which you appointed 1 at the last meeting. So of the 5 that's applied for, you could appoint to the Destin Youth Committee, Youth Council as non-residents.
All right, with that, Councilwoman Trammell.
Sorry. I was going to make the motion and split it up, that we move that all the 3 current Destin residents be appointed to this committee, and then we can work on which one of the 4 out of 5 on another motion.
Second.
Okay, you got your second. Any discussion on the 3 current resident applications?
No.
Seeing none?
Just one question.
Yep, please.
The young lady who came and took the time to make a presentation, is she on that list?
She's a non-resident.
Non-resident.
So she'll be next, maybe.
She'll be
So,
next.
yeah,
We're going to vote her, but we got to get the name.
Gotcha.
All right.
we have to get these 3
Thank
so
you
we can
for-
appoint those.
Well,
Residents, we're waiting on it. We really did. Thank you, Ray.
All right, ayes have it, so moved. It's 7-0 for the 3 residents.
Okay, now,
Alyssa, Sophia, and All right.
Can we, is she,
Is Sophia on here?
we still have a microphone down there? or what?
Zoe's here, okay.
Can I make a motion?
I was gonna say, you were done last week, right? I mean, last meeting, correct? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what. Does anybody have any recommendations?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Schmidt, I'll let you make the motion.
Fantastic. I move that we update the bylaws to allow 5, and we allow all those 5 to be on there.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second. The only thing I'd throw in there as a discussion is,
That gives us
I hate to say they might be our secret weapon to annexation, but it sounds like a lot of them live outside the city limits.
That gives us 8 City of Destin residents and potentially 6.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be
Still
changing,
have
yeah.
8.
Perfect.
And you,
Sorry, so if you had 6 residents and 6 non-residents show up, they couldn't do anything?
you wouldn't have a quorum because we're not changing that part of the bylaw.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So that's why I was not
Right.
recommending the
That's
change.
very possible. Half the time, maybe they're not even meeting anyways. So I just don't want to penalize one of these kids who
I don't
actually
either.
put an
That's why I was
application
hoping somebody knew a bunch of them. I don't
in.
know.
I just think it's
I do
absurd
not
to
know these
penalize
kids.
one kid. So unless there's a reason why having 6 non-residents and 8 residents is a problem, I just.
Were any of these kids added since the last meeting?
Non-resident, no.
Okay.
Same
All right.
5.
You can take a vote.
All right, I got a motion and a second to update the bylaws to 5 non-residents. I'll call the motion. Any question?
Just to clarify, it's 6.
6, sorry.
It
sorry.
allows these 5 to be
Allows-
added.
Okay, thank you. Allows these 5 in.
Yeah, total.
Thank you for that.
Perfect.
All right. No one said no to the children. The young adults, my bad, my bad. All right, with that, do I have a motion to accept all 5 non-residents?
I make a motion to accept all 5 non-residents.
That was just the bylaws. One, I can
You
only,
can't vote 2 things at a time. You have to change the bylaws.
The motion was to change the bylaws and have all 5 of these, but
was-
whatever you need to do.
There was one motion right there.
yep.
Okay.
Next one is all 5, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right.
Somebody, do we need to vote?
We're good? We're good? All right, if we're good.
On the same motion.
All right, okay, I thought you were saying, no, that was only 1. All right, my bad. All right, cool, so we're moving along.
Item 4J is Resolution 2518 to update the employee manual. Primarily, it's make sure the language in our employee manual reflects our drug-free workforce policy. There were some changes there that needed to be made, somewhat subtle, to codify the shift differential that council approved several meetings ago, and that probably the greatest impact would be the language that we discussed at last meeting that requires reimbursement for training expenses for employee training. We kind of, as opposed to having a one-year payback, we kind of put it in 3 tiers that for each $2,500 up to $7,500, we would require a one-year commitment. So $2,500 would be a one-year commitment, $5,000 would be a 2-year commitment, and $7,500 would be a 3-year commitment. So those are the primary changes to the policy.
All right, with that, Councilman Baggy with a motion. Button.
Yeah, I move to approve Resolution 25-18, updating the employee manual as presented effective immediately.
Second.
I got a motion, I have my second. Any further discussions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the policy. All right, ayes have it so moved, 7-0.
So item 4K are just the minutes from the standing boards and committees. And from announcements, the only announcement I have is just to remind you that on October the 30th, we will be hosting a legislative delegation meeting here at 5:30. So you're all invited, and we look forward to having a good delegation meeting. Dr. T?
Thank you, and just adding to that, that will be live streamed as well. So David Kidd will be here to live stream that. We do have a lot of projects going on right now, but just one to mention, Clement E. Taylor Park. We have the fencing up now street side, since the renovations are going to be coming up soon. And so the park is now temporarily closed. And next week, Parks and Rec is going to make sure that the fencing gets up on the water side as well for that. And then just for those people that like to plan ahead, we'll have our city open house on Wednesday, October 22nd from 11:30 to 1 o'clock at the community center, and everybody's invited to that. Thanks.
Do we know the Destin Parade yet?
Do we know what?
The Christmas Parade yet?
And the dinner, same day.
Yeah, yes, that is correct, in December. Yes.
Do we have the date?
Yeah, it's like the 13th, Saturday, December 13th.
Okay.
Parade in the morning, and then correct dinner that evening. Yes.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And I appreciate Larry and the team for hosting the delegation meeting. Hopefully that goes away a little ways with the Goodwill Award when we go up there and ask for money. All right, with that, Ray, you good? Ray needs 4 minutes, or I can't see his thumb with the 5 minutes. All right, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
public hearings now, or, yeah.
All right, we good back there?
You ready, boss? Good?
All right, I'm getting the thumbs up. We're going to call this meeting back to order. All right, up next, we are getting into public hearings. Ms. Kopp. Oh, there you are. I was like, oh no, she's not even in the room.
Thank you, Mayor. It's ordinance 2520 CN, an ordinance of the City of Destin of Okaloosa County, Florida, adopting the final levying of ad valorem taxes for the City of Destin for fiscal year 2026 and providing for an effective date. The FY fiscal year 2026 operating millage rate for the City of Destin is 1.6150 mils, which is more than the rolled back rate of 1.5463 mils by 4.44%. This is first reading.
Thank you. And with that, if anyone from the public is here to talk on this specific item, this is your time to do so. Everyone loves that we kept it the same. Yes, property went up, but we kept it the same. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comments at this time and entertain a motion. Councilman Bagby.
Mayor, I move the council adopt ordinance 25-20-CN on first reading, adopting a proposed fiscal year 2026 millage rate of 1.6150 mils, which is more than the rollback rate of 1.5463 by 4.44%. The second reading will take place at public hearing number 2 on September 15th, 2025 at 6 p.m. in the City Hall Annex.
Second.
Thank you, sir. I got motion and I got a second. Any discussions on 2520 CN? Seeing none, we will call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved, 6-1. All right, Ms. Kopp.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2521 CN, an ordinance of the City of Destin making appropriations for certain expenditures, expenses, capital improvements, and certain indebtedness of the City of Destin, Florida for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
Seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if anyone from the public wishes to speak on 2521 CN, this is your time to do so. Getting some no's in the audience, we'll close the public comments and I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Mayor, I will, move that council adopt ordinance 25-21-CN on first reading to provide for a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. The second reading will take place at public hearing number 2 on September 15th, 2025 at 6 p.m. at City Hall Annex.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Do I hear any discussions? Seeing none, open the vote. All right, ayes have it, 7-0, so moved. All right, Ms. Kopp.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2505CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida relating to livery vessels, amending Chapter 13, Article 8, registration of livery vessels of the City Code of Ordinances, amending provisions related to transferability of permits, providing for additional required training and safety measures, providing for findings of fact, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading.
And at this time, I'll open the floor for public hearing, for the public comments at this time. Seeing none, we'll close the public comments, and I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve ordinance 25-05-CC on first reading.
Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Got a second. Any discussions? All right, seeing none, open the vote. All you guys needed was a little bathroom break, and now we're jamming out. All right, 7-0. All right, Councilman Braden.
Thank you, Mayor. I got one item under my name tonight, and I had a couple other things that I wanted to bring up and talk about, but after tonight, and I guess yet again, it's happened a few times, after we spend the council's time and more importantly, the city's time drawing these things up. And like I say again, all it takes is someone to come to that podium and serve up a buffet of bullshit and lies. And all they got to get is 4 council members to eat enough of it. It just undoes everything that we've worked hard put in place and agreed on. And more importantly, again, the staff, all the work they've done. So I'm not going to waste my time, and I'm not going to waste the staff's time knowing that. And it's happened, it happened a couple times tonight, and it's happened in the past. So I'm good, Mayor. I'm just ready to get out of here.
I hear you. Councilwoman Trammell.
I'm going to pick up where Rodney said, establishing a code of ethics for the elected officials. And to start with, I'd like to look at, I'd like the city manager to call the city manager in Jacksonville Beach, because they already have one that they do every year. They review it every year, and I thought maybe that would be a good place to start. So that was one thing. Second thing I have is, I guess this is for Lisa. Lisa, your Parks and Rec Committee wanted to do a float for the parade, but there was no motion in those minutes. Please tell them they have to make a motion that we can approve or disapprove, or they have to put it in their plan or something.
Yes,
Just pass that on if you would, please.
I will do that.
And for those of you that may have read it, the Public Works and Safety has recommended to our staff that they put 2 speed tables in Destin. And so I know we've given them money, but they're the only committee that can tell staff what to do. And I don't know if we want to continue with that. So I'm just opening that up as food for thought.
Councilman Destin?
I'm not understanding how any committee that advises the council can tell the staff what to do. So explain that to me, Sandy. How can they do that?
Well, when you, what? Oh, it is on. Okay, I was going to say you confused me. Okay, we gave them, not you and me, but previous councils gave them $100,000 to work with in their committee. And whenever they decide that they need to spend that $100,000, or up to $100,000, they just make a motion to spend that. It doesn't come before council before it goes to staff, like every other motion that every other committee makes. So I just didn't know if we wanted to restructure that a little bit, or if we wanted to leave it alone.
By giving the $100,000, it was my understanding that it was not for them to go and initiate projects without council approval. If that's been going on, that's contrary to the way it's supposed to function. It was just to allow them to do research, in my opinion, at least when I voted, or if I voted, to do research and to do other things that were associated with making their recommendations. How's it been operating?
Mr. Burgess is the liaison for that committee.
Michael?
Yeah, actually, Joe Bodie's the liaison for that committee, but I will follow up with him tomorrow about that speed table, speed hump issue. That is completely, well, in my opinion, inappropriate for the committee to direct staff to do anything. They make recommendations that we bring forward to the council.
Exactly, and as long as it comes to the council, I don't have a bit of problem.
And they just have that bucket of money kind of
Yeah.
knowing that it's there for what they bring to us, then we approve.
And it could be, as long as it comes to the council, I would remind you, that exceeds the city manager's authority to spend money. So we can't hardly have that.
Yeah, I think the only topic to that would be, I'd be interested in whether we give the majority of committees or even the parks, like, I think it would bolster everyone's enthusiasm and attendance if everyone had a known pot of money that, if approved, they at least knew they had some influence in the government that they're trying to volunteer in. So I don't know if all of them need it, but I think it'd be up to us to figure out, all right, I don't know if we give all of them 50K, but what does that look like? Because I think that's one of the reasons that committee seems to be very active, is they know every year that plan that they come up with has at least a little bit of chance of getting something done, versus like we were talking about, coming here with nothing in their bucket and asking for a project, they at least know there's a little bit there that they can work with us on.
Well, and I think they all understand that when they come with a project, it has to fit within the council's budget.
For sure.
But if you allocate a certain amount for their budget, then you're giving them permission to spend that money. It's what you're giving them.
Yeah.
And whether or not it's what we would recommend or not is beside the point. It just, and the training, I tell them, bring your projects forth, let council decide whether they're good projects or not, because sometimes we get a different picture than what they would get.
Of course.
But anyway, so that was just a question that I had to ask. Do we need a consensus on that, or what do we need to do?
Just one other comment. I was, just pulled the minutes up, and it just said that the committee member, and I won't call any names, and it was seconded to support the installation of 3 raised crosswalks. So didn't necessarily direct staff, but we'll have that clarification. We have a Public Works and Public Safety meeting next Tuesday.
And with that,
That's all I have.
okay, gotcha. All right,
Well, just one other comment.
please.
I'm not sure how we got into the business of allocating money to a committee, but how many committees do we have?
That's what I said. Huge asterisks on not all of them, but
Right.
those that we wanted to, we feel that they have some active participation and value in.
Yeah,
I think it's easy to bring a project here and go, oh, there's no money. Let's start at the visioning session in February. And, if you hold on for a whole year, we might allocate money next year for you guys to start the project. So just the idea of trying to bolster what we've determined as we want committees. This council, to my knowledge, said, yes, we're going to empower committees, we're going to want the committees. So that was just a suggestion that when she was asking for some.
And I would also opine that if we, and probably giving it to the Public Works was a mistake, that it looks an awful lot like an unlawful delegation of legislative authority.
If I might, I'll just remind the council of a little bit of the history of this. Back in 2019, when Okaloosa County passed their Okaloosa half-penny infrastructure surtax tax, our council came together and they decided to commit a certain percentage, which came out to $100,000 a year, to our Public Works and Safety Committee, restricted to pedestrian and traffic safety purposes only.
And as
They are
I say,
following all of our procurement rules, and then we refreshed that commitment of Okaloosa half-penny money at that same $100,000 rate. We refreshed that again, I think it was in 2023,
and I would.
so we can revisit that.
And I would also say that Okaloosa County does not have the authority to direct us to take an action which is most likely an unlawful delegation of
That was our city
legislative
council.
authorities.
City council made the motion
I
on how to.
understand that, and I'm
commit the
saying we
money.
ought not to.
Our city council should not give
I'm sorry.
our city a motion to commit or restrict a funding source? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm simply saying we ought not to delegate or allocate to committees certain amounts of money to spend.
I think we were required to buy the statute or the ordinance when that came out for that surtax. And then we
Which
were
one?
required to give it to a committee.
We were required to spend it on Public Works. We cannot give away our legislative authority to another body to make decisions on spending. That's why we do a budget every year.
I hear you. I think Kyle, back when he was the attorney here, it was like a law that we were required to give it to a committee within our city that's not the council, but I could be
So,
wrong.
Councilor Destin, I'm sorry, as I recall, the surtax required a surtax advisory committee be identified, and at that time, the Public Works, Public Safety Committee was.
And that is an advisory committee, not a committee that has the final authority to spend, and that is my point.
All right, point taken.
Good point.
All right, Councilman Bagby. Or do you have anything personally? For your, yeah. Yes, yes.
Now that we've had our presentation on what FRS does, and the employees have the ability to make a rational decision on whether or not they want to participate, I would suggest that, and I'll make a motion to the fact that we allow them, or we direct the city manager to allow them to vote whether or not they want to make it optional, not that they want to make it requirement, or that they want to make it something that they must do. And the wording should be, do you support allowing FRS to be an option for your retirement? That's simple. And so I'll make a motion that I'll give them the authority or give them the ability to vote on that issue, so we will know what they think rather than speculating. And, you know, we've given big lip service to how important it is for us to pay our employees and retain our employees and attract new employees. There's nothing we can do that's going to go more toward that goal than allow them to make a choice. You know, a number of us up here have participated in the FRS, and I'm going to tell you, there is no other system that works as well as that. For the first 8 years, you have the option of just taking your lump sum, which is essentially what we do now. After that, you say, I want the retirement monthly or not. And the monthly stipend, when you figure in the health insurance money you can get, far exceeds any amount that I've seen come out to our employees as they walk away from this job and they put it into the bank at a percentage rate that's available now, much less of 0 to 1% that's been available for the last 10 years. The money you get every month far exceeds that ability. So, and of course, the elephant in the room is that system is backed by the state of Florida. What we have now is not. I've seen numerous big corporations around the country, Delta, I can go give you a long list where those folks just declared bankruptcy and that retirement went out the window. That doesn't happen and can't happen with the Florida retirement system. So I'd like to give the employees the opportunity to tell us what they think. The cost, while the maximum might be the $250 or whatever it is, most likely will be half or less than that, because most of our employees are already committed to the other system. So I'm interested in hearing what they say, and I'll make a motion that we allow them to vote on whether to make it an option or not.
I'll second.
And with that, I want to get out of here as soon as possible, but for the effort of learning and continuing with Robert's rules, I need a motion to rescind or amend the motion since we had a ruling on this at the previous council meeting.
No, you don't. My motion is to take a vote, not to
Not to
be
go
first reading
against.
or anything else. Get the vote and see what they say. At that time, we can
Okay.
make that decision.
Perfect, even easier. All right, so I got a motion, and a second, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I was going to second the motion, but I just want to make sure I understand it. Basically, we're going to do a staff survey.
Right.
Survey Monkey, anonymous, right? By the HR director that says, do you want the option of doing FRS/Social Security or not? Or are we saying, do you want to do FRS Social Security, or do you want to, is it an either or is it an option question? I guess that's my question.
I think by getting the option to enter into, it is in fact an either or. And that's what the question should be. Do you want it as an option?
Okay.
Huh?
Council has the final authority.
No,
there's doubt.
I got that. I just want to make sure we're at, because, you know, half of any survey is, what's the question you ask? Because I can always tell you what the answer is going to be based on the, well, usually I can, what the answer is going to be based on the question you ask. So if you ask, you know, do you like ice cream? Everybody's going to say yes. Well, do you like, you know, ice cream made out of ground up rubber tires? The answer would be no. So I just want to know what the question is. And Jamie and Larry, do y'all know what the question is we're going to ask? I just want to make sure we're clear, or Mr. Destin's clear.
Perfect.
And of course, that is the key to it, and that's why I'm trying to keep it simple.
Okay.
Would you like FRS as a option? And if you all can come with a clearer question that you think is going to go more to the point, then I'm open to hearing the verbiage. I just want to know what their opinion is now that they understand and have had a presentation on FRS.
I didn't know every city employee watched our council
think so
meetings.
either.
Well, they
So
certainly,
I say that jokingly to ask the next question. Is there going to be supplemental documentation of like, I mean, to us wanting a matrix? Young, I'm 31. All right, if I pick this plan in 30 years, if I stayed with the city, there's X amount in the can. Like, is there some attachments?
and there can be I hope that any of them would take the option to look at it, what was presented tonight. But the FRS lady also said she was available to ask any questions that
Awesome.
anybody wants to put forth to her.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I can't support this request, and I really feel like we're skirting on the edge of doing things a little bit incorrect here. While you're not making a motion to rescind something, or you didn't put a rescind motion on the agenda, I feel like we're basically breaking the legislative process here, where the people voted us to represent them. We had an ordinance be presented to us to move into a new system. And I think 3 or 4 people voted against it up here. A survey has been done with the employees. Did it say the 3 letters FRS? No. So we voted no on something, but now we're going to go to the employees and say, hey, can you take the survey again and tell the council if you really want it? Who's going to take another survey? Who's going to be trying to sway a survey a certain direction now? It just doesn't seem right to me. You know, I get you weren't here. I get that. But I still believe that the council made a decision to not proceed with the FRS. Staff had ample opportunities leading up to that meeting to provide an FRS presentation, to provide a non-FRS presentation, ample times, ample opportunities. So I'm sorry that that wasn't presented to us beforehand, appropriately in my opinion, but we had what we had. So I can't support it. And I think we're kind of skirting in a gray area here of going around what the council has already voted.
Councilwoman Hebert.
Thank you, Mayor. I too can't support this. I mean, I realize you were not here, Mr. Destin, when we got the first ordinance came through with the recommendations, and we voted it based on what we heard in the surveys, that it was not really clear to us that it was, yeah, we want the FRS. So I won't be able to support this either.
All right, and that's all I got on the board. Councilman Destin, final?
Just one other comment.
Yep.
And I understand what you all are saying. If you do not think it's proper to ask your employees what they think, because we hadn't asked them what they thought prior to this, then you certainly know how to vote. But when you make a decision that was made not on the entire facts and make a decision which in my opinion was probably not correct, then to not want to go back and make it possible for the employees to make an informed decision, that's going in the wrong direction in my opinion.
Councilman Braden?
Thank you, Mayor. City manager, was it the staff? Did they know what the survey they were doing? Do you feel like they understood?
I would certainly not speculate that they did not know what they were doing when they took the survey back earlier. But it was a very generic survey and FRS was not an option on the table. Whether the dynamics are different now, I couldn't tell you.
If FRS was not on the table, what was on the table?
It was simply a question of, I think there was 2 questions. One, would you like to participate in Social Security? And then, are you satisfied with either the thrift plan or retirement plan? And I think, as mentioned earlier, a large percentage did not say they were dissatisfied with the plan. And I think about just a little below 50% said they would like to participate in Social Security. there was nothing extrapolated from that other than that was the raw data that came in from that survey.
I believe it was 70%, 76% said they were happy with what they have.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I think now that it's an either-or, I think you'll get a clearer picture, one way or the other. I don't know which way it'll go. Doesn't really matter, whatever they want to do. I think we're going to lose some quality staff if we don't give them that option, but that's, we have to make that decision. If we talk about the legislative process, I would remind everyone, we voted 6-0 to bring this to an ordinance, to bring that ordinance back before, and we supported, I can't remember who wasn't here, but somebody wasn't here, and we voted 6-0 to go for, or direct staff to bring that ordinance back to us and go forward. So I think we owe it to the staff, because I think this is probably the largest, biggest retention decision we're going to make in the next 2 years. And whatever it is, we've got to show them that we try, now that we have it in either or. We're not talking about some generic pie in the sky, are you happy? I'm happy with my retirements, all of them. But if somebody said I can get you a better deal, I might change. In fact, I talked to an investment advisor a week and a half ago to do that. So, that's something we all have to continually evaluate. And I say I'm happy. I'm fine. Let the staff decide.
Councilwoman Trammell.
I met with 40 of them last week, and the discussion was, do you want the choice? And to me, it was a consensus that they wanted the choice. And I think those that were in the room with me, that are staff sitting over there, also heard that. We want the choice. The other thing that I guess I question a little bit is, this is one of the things that staff has come to us and asked for, and we're telling them no. And constantly we're saying, staff bring up stuff, staff bring up stuff, staff bring it to us, staff talk about this, staff, and they did, and we're just, I guess, slapping them in the face and saying no. That's why I supported the motion of asking the question. I would like to see a second question added to that survey, because this is what we're really asking. Would you, first of all, do you want the choice? Secondly, do you want FRS? Because that's what we need to know, is how much money needs to be budgeted to do this. And just by asking the question doesn't necessarily tell us how much money. We've had so many numbers thrown out. If they all go, if they, half of them go, if none of them go. Personally, I don't know what the value is as far as looking at a budget. So that's where I stand. And I did hear it from the majority of 40 people.
Yeah, no, great point.
So you're going to amend your motion, make it 2 questions?
We could, if that is something the council wants to know, it would give us a better budget number, but as it is now, we have been calculating the budget in the worst case scenario, that's if everybody does it.
Yeah.
And so, if everybody did do it and they all wanted to do it, then I'd say we should put it in place for them, because you're talking about, their careers and their next 20 or 30 years of working, the young ones. And this, as I said, is the most significant step we can take toward the retention and recruitment of employees.
Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, just a few follow-ups. I don't like it when things are stated broadly about what we are doing up here. First of all, if there was this much questions about these plans, a survey would have been done before properly, if we were that really concerned. You keep saying that we voted 6-0 to do this, and I think I read these minutes before, but I'll remind you again that Councilman Bagby moved to direct staff to develop and present an option for transitioning city employees to Social Security and the FRS system to be considered as part of the budget planning process. Nowhere does it say right there to me that we said, go do it, sign us up. It's not what it tells me. And again, staff didn't do their job, in my opinion, and presented us an option, unfortunately. So, again, and Ms. Trammell, staff didn't bring anything to us, Mr. Bagby did. If Mr. Bagby is going and having meetings as one of the 7 council members with staff, I mean, that's his prerogative. But I'm sorry, what?
It's part of the Learning Academy we signed up for way back in May, that each council member every month would go talk to 20 or 40 people.
Gotcha, I apologize, I must have forgotten that one. Well, good. I'm glad to hear that. And I wish I had time to go do that as well. Unfortunately, I don't. But all I'm saying is staff can present us lots of things. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. But to me, from day one, Mr. Bagby, you've been leading this charge, which is fine. Legislative sponsor, sure. But we got to where we're at by, unfortunately, poor participation, planning, and execution. And when it was finally brought to the table, we voted against it.
All right, with that, clearly not going to get a vote, but I would say when in doubt, we're all limited to terms, and ideally, if we do our jobs right, people don't leave their job, they leave leadership. So I think it's always best to ask questions. So I will throw that out there for me not getting a participation vote this time. All right, with that, I'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it 4-3.
So may I just ask for clarity, we're going to ask 2 questions. Question 1 is, do you support having the option of moving to Social Security and Florida retirement system? And question 2, given if that is an option, would you opt to move to Florida retirement system?
That'll give us more data if that's what the council. That'll give us more data to plan if that's what the council wants, and I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I would ask if there's supplemental information and contacts being provided, that we also give the opportunity for the firm that's been representing us for nearly 30 years to be able to provide supplemental information and contacts as well. I'm just saying, if we're going to provide an FRS contact, we should also provide another contact as well.
Don't have a problem
Right?
with that.
It's only right.
Yeah.
Don't have a problem with that.
I don't have, yeah, they already have that information from what they told me. I don't know.
Okay. Cool. All right. We're all nodding our heads yes. We are, Councilman Bagby.
Nothing, Mayor.
Councilwoman Hebert.
Nothing, Mayor.
Councilman Guile.
Something, Mayor.
Oh, goody.
One, I'm going to cover 3 real quick. The harbor safe delivery. So when this was brought to my attention, some of the public brought this to my attention. I didn't have a whole lot of time to research before I could get on the agenda. I did learn that in 2022, a Senate Bill 606 kind of restricts what the intention of this was. So I'm going to pull that one off for now. I'd like to add it on to the next council so that I have more time to research. Senate Bill 606 and other options.
From 22.
From 2022, correct, sir. Now, if I can fall back to number 2, raising the speed limit on Airport Road. This has been a little path for quite a while, but in ethics, the definition of utilitarian principle states the most moral action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number, right? The greatest number of our residents drive a vehicle down Airport Road. They don't drive golf carts. I drive up and down Airport Road consistently every day as my office is on Airport Road. I rarely see a golf cart on Airport Road. I don't know why we're punishing the majority of our citizens for driving 30 miles an hour on Airport Road just so that we can put a few golf carts on Airport Road.
So I would like to make the motion to raise the speed limit on Airport Road back to 45 miles an hour.
All right, 45 or 35?
95.
Okay.
No. If we're gonna do a crosstown connector, let's turn it into an Autobahn. Why are we wasting our time here with, no, was it 35?
It was 35, yeah, we dropped it 5.
Okay.
But if you make it
35.
31.
I'll settle for 35. That's a compromise for the people on this council.
I'll second for discussion.
I'd support 40.
Oh. All right.
Zippy loves that curve.
All right, so I got a motion and a second for 35. Discussion, Councilman Destin. Educate us on the history.
The history is, or what happens is, people habitually drive 10 over the speed limit. When it was 35, they drove 45. If it's 45, they're going to be at 55. We haven't had a number of fatalities on that road, people walking or bicycles. And I can guarantee nobody's doing 30 on that road now because I drive up and down it there between 35 and 40. To raise the speed limit is dangerous and just not a good thing to do. I know that some people are inconvenienced by not being able to speed up and down that road. As a silly youth, I used to drive 70 on that road. It was the wrong thing to do then, it's the wrong thing to do now.
Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, I think we lowered it for safety reasons because one of the biggest things a lot of us talk about is safety. I don't think we lowered it for any particular reason about LSVs. So if the goal is to get rid of LSVs, you need to go to 36 or higher because even at 35, LSVs will still be able to drive on that road, which I know you'll increase it to 50, but I'm just saying, you know, it's not going to get rid of LSVs, but the goal is safety, and speeding has been an issue there. And we wanted to be able to have sheriff's office to be able to pull people over more often, so I think we lowered it.
Captain, can you confirm?
Originally, I wanted 45, but I compromised with council for 35 because 5 miles is just a little bit better.
That's fine, I'm just
So
saying you won't get
originally-
your goal of getting rid of LSVs.
My goal's not to get rid of LSVs, it was to bring it to 45 miles an hour. So, and now that special paving that we paid, what, $100,000 for, is on that corner, I don't think safety is the critical issue anymore.
Do you have it off the top of your head? Just for the sake of, now that we're throwing out discussions here.
I'm not sure what question you're asking me.
Is there a speed limit that then creates a limitation for LSVs?
Yes, 30 miles an hour. If
Okay.
it's over 30 miles an hour, an LSV can't be operated there.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I would say the other side of this discussion would be, everything else in the city, Destin, is 30 or lower on our residential roads, I believe. But, all right, Councilman Bagby.
Michael, when we added we added the special coating or whatever on the curve there because the wall fence got knocked out at the airport like 3 times in a year and a half. Have we had anybody run through that curve since the special coating was added?
I think maybe once or twice. But,
Okay.
and Jesse
Because I
and
haven't noticed any damage to the wall. I'm
it's
just trying
it's
to
all
figure-
damaged.
Well, okay, any more damage, I guess, because I'm just trying to, is it the coating or is it the speed limit that stopped people from, damaging, driving into that wall there?
I would say it's probably a combination of both. We do have a cautionary 25 mile an hour speed limit going around the curve. When the high friction surface treatment was put down, there was also additional signage installed along with that, as well as a speed detecting sign there along both stretches and the approaches. We have had a couple of the chevrons knocked down, the chevron signs knocked down in the median. That would be people just kind of driving through it, not sliding off of it. So it has
Yeah,
definitely improved situation there.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that might be drunks. I mean, that's not speeding. That's, driving through the median. Okay. I'm fine with either. If we want LSVs there, then I guess we keep it at 30. If we don't want to, because that's the only difference. Because people aren't going to drive 30 or 35. They're going to drive 40 miles an hour down that road. So, you know, if we want LSVs on it, keep it at 30. If we don't, put it at 35.
As I recall, Mr. Bagby, we had 3 streets at that time that had 35-mile-an-hour speed limits. It was Airport Road, 98 Palms, and I think Azalea. And the motion that was passed, and again, I may be misremembering this, but it made the maximum speed limit of any road in Destin 30 miles an hour. So we had to order new signs and swap them all out.
All right. Councilman Braden?
Thank you. Yeah, I remember that being the case when I was on council, and I think it cost us $30,000 to put that high-friction surface down, and it had a life, I think, span of 2 years, maybe 3 at the most. But it seems to be held up great and done its job. But the solution for Councilman Giles is get you an electric bicycle, and you can do 45 on the sidewalk. You can do 45 on the sidewalk. You can do it in the grass, the road, anywhere you want to. There's nothing.
You can do it in a pink shirt, right?
Yeah, you do it. There is no speed limit for an electric bicycle, I guess, 'cause they do it. I get passed when they're on the sidewalk.
Jason's about to lose it. Like, there is a speed limit.
You good? Councilman Guile?
All right. So I think we got some misinformation, but I think we need to check it. According to the Florida Highway Safety Motor Vehicle.gov, an LSV can go 35, a golf cart can only go 30 or less. So we need clarification on that, because right here it says LSVs may operate only on streets where the posted speed limit is 35 miles per hour or less and must be equipped with following safety equipment, headlamps, et cetera, et cetera. So LSVs can do 35. It doesn't pull an LSV off there, but it gives us an additional 5 miles an hour.
So you're looking for a sub for 36?
I want 60.
Councilman Destin, all right, we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
All right.
The only question you're answering is, do we make it safer on the interior streets of Destin by raising the speed limit? I don't think anybody can make that argument.
All right, I got nothing on the board. We will call the vote for 35 on Airport. It was a fun thought experiment, but the noes have it by 1. Who went yes, go. All right, cool. Protecting the turf. All right, anything else, Councilman Guile?
No, I'm about done with this.
All right, it was a good thought experiment. Councilman Schmidt, I got nothing. Ms. Kopp?
Just one thing, I wanted to give you all an update on the litigation. We joined statewide through the firm in South Florida for opposing Senate Bill 180. So the law firm has obtained the number of defendants they needed. They're still getting the number of plaintiffs they needed, other cities and counties, and they're still acquiring additional plaintiffs. They expect to file the lawsuit by the end of this month, somewhere between mid to late September. So if you have any questions, let me know, but that's just a status update.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to ask the city attorney if you need to announce next meetings on the 15th, executive session.
Thank you for the reminder, Ray. Do you have it, the case information, or do you need me to read it off the old agenda?
I have the language.
Yeah, can you,
You get a free trip to the treasure
Yeah.
box, Ray.
honestly, we could have called it anyway on the city's website.
Ray has been working all day and he is still bright.
Thank you, Ray. Yeah, okay. So due to the cancellation of the executive session we were going to have today, we are going to call a new executive session, a rescheduled executive session. So pursuant to Section 286-0118 Florida statutes, I desire the advice of the Destin City Council in the case of City of Destin versus Kyle M. Coleman doing business as Kyle Coleman Ice Cream, AKA Gulfstream Ice Cream, Ohana Gelatos LLC, and Wounded Warrior Commissary LLC. Case number 2025 CA 002412A, got it, 0010F in the Circuit Court of Okaloosa County, Florida. And as such, I'm calling for an executive session to be held in the City Council chambers at the Destin City Hall Annex, 4100 Indian Bayou Trail, Destin, Florida 32541, on September 15th at 5:30 p.m. Central, or as soon thereafter as may be heard. Present at the executive session will be a court reporter, all members of the city council and the mayor, myself, the city manager, and our litigation counsel, Mr. William Warner. Are you all good with 5:30 on the 15th? Yep, thank you.
All right.
And no questions on the Senate Bill 180?
We have Senate Bill 180, which is the one that says, we've got several of them that we've been looking at. Explain to me again, if you would.
Senate Bill 180 is the one that said after and before storms, our ability to regulate land use is severely restricted. In fact, we cannot make land use development regulations more, quote, restrictive or burdensome than before for the time period in the statute, which is from 2024 through 2027.
Okay, and then there's another one that says roll down the road. It further restricts our ability that we don't need to talk about tonight because it's late enough. But eventually that's going to come to us to decide whether we're going to roll over or continue to think we're in charge of Destin.
Home rule.
Yes.
Oh, okay, the Live Local Act is another abrogation of home rule, yes.
Yeah, and-
That one is if you are in a commercial, industrial, or mixed-use zoning district, you agree to require 40% of your residential units to be what's defined as affordable in the statute. The city staff will be required to approve the development without any review by the city council, and we will be preempted as far as our height and density and FAR regulations.
Yeah.
We would be required to give them higher FAR density and height under that statute. And then actually, just this past July, there was an amendment that said we also cannot require our non-residential component in some of our mixed-use districts.
Do we have one on that's being done here in our city? One of those type of constructions?
Not at this time, but we've definitely had interest expressed in pre-applications. We don't have any formal applications, and if we did, it would not be coming to you. Staff would be approving it under the law.
And that may well be a hill we have to make a stand on. Otherwise, it makes home rule mean nothing at all.
Yeah, let's just fold up and be one big state.
Yeah, so if the city council is going to ask us to stand up to the Live Local Act in general, then we would need a motion and a vote. Otherwise, we will, because that would, result in potential litigation to the city.
So can I make a motion that we at least pursue some way of finding out why we as a city can't take care of our own decisions on what we will or won't allow? I mean, how do I make a motion so that you can pursue what we could do with this?
I think it depends what you want me to do.
You to look at our options and study the law and see what those options may be, because after all, most laws do not have a part where they go back and wipe out ordinances that were passed previously. The rules that they are attempting to get rid of now are rules that were put in place several, if not more than that, years ago. It seems to me that by the very nature of that, they can say you can, at this point, forward, but to go back, that's pretty contrary to usually the rule of law.
To
I'll
me,
second that.
the information I would need from the council is if the council is willing to, if you are interested in quote-unquote standing up to that law and litigate over it, if that comes down, or if staff is to comply with that law.
We would like to know what our options are. And
Those
a
are,
report from you?
okay, the options are we comply with the law, I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult, but
No.
I don't think we have options other than comply with the law or choose to litigate either in a proactive or defensive manner.
Yeah.
Can you find out if there's any other cities that are looking into this
There
and maybe
are.
have a
There are,
joining of all the cities?
they're not doing that. There is no joining of the cities like the class action that, it's not a class action, like the joint litigation that we're involved in, but there are local governments litigating over the issue in the state, usually in a defensive manner, when they are sued for, the developer alleging they're not complying with this law, or there is, I believe it's Pasco County that's kind of taking a proactive approach and saying we are not going to, I'll have to research Pasco a little more, but I believe theirs is a little bit more proactive.
Yeah, I mean, especially since we have a height restriction that the voters have passed.
Yeah, so the
I
law
mean,
would say the height for the zoning district, if it's commercial, industrial, or mixed use, would not be the height if the Live Local Act was applicable. Instead, it would be whatever the highest height is within a mile from the development, or 3 stories, whichever is higher. So for the city, it would still be 6 tops, but obviously, a lot of our zoning districts are lower than that.
Okay.
So the motion that we've made is to,
It depends on what you want us to do. Because at some point, someday, we may get applications, and I need to be able to tell staff, these are not going to council, and you need to approve them under the law, or council wants to take a different approach. So if you want to take no action, that's fine. But if you do want to take action, we would need some kind of a decision.
Instead of going off.
basically, I do not believe that we, as a group, approve of applications being approved without our review. That's pretty much been where we have been for a number of years.
Is that a motion or just a comment?
Do you want to make a motion, Dewey, that we get to approve these? And I'll second it.
I'll make a motion that they still come to us for approval, and if someone chooses to sue us over that, then at that point, we make a decision.
I'll second it.
All right, I got a motion and a second. I would assume that's kind of under a defensive position. All right, any discussions? Councilman Bagby?
Just make sure I understand, we're directing staff not to approve any applications under the Live Local Act, but instead bring those to us. That's exactly what.
That sounds what the motion is, and that would
I just want to
violate-
make sure that we're all
that-
clear on that, because I don't want somebody in
And I have to
community
make it,
development.
I have to advise council, that would be violating the law, right, and
Yeah,
subjecting
they
the
can
city
kiss
to.
my rear end.
Yeah, let's go.
Get
Get on your phone, let's go. We'll bring it to
I understand the
Tallahassee.
legal arguments, and the abrogation of the home rule is a problem for many local governments, and it certainly is taking away the city, it certainly is preempting the city from things we have been doing in the past.
Yeah.
And enforcing our own codes.
Yep.
Yeah, and my point would be, when a judge tells me I shall do that, I shall do that.
And I use the word review instead of the word approval
Yes.
specifically because I think if we dig into it, then we'll determine at that time, is this hill worth fighting on
Yeah,
and dying
you
on
want- yes.
or not? So I just want to make sure we're very clear on the wording that I thought I heard Mr. Destin say.
I seconded
Or
it.
that you did hear that wording.
Yes.
All right, I see no further discussion. All right, we're going to battle, a defensive battle. Dig the moat, I'll call the vote. All right, Elise,
Dory's thinking about.
what's the quote? We're gonna hang together, or? Yeah, going Revolutionary War. All right. All right, with that, public comments. Yes, sir. You're here to 10, you get all 3 minutes.
I just want to say I support going to the staff with a survey. I do not support going to the staff with a vague survey. I think we need to go to the staff with ample time for both sides I don't know where she's from, if she would like to come present the survey, to present what they're offering, and then let us, who's had this business for 35 years and done, I think, a pretty good job, present these facts to them as well. Because I think some of these questions on these surveys, like you mentioned, Mr. Baby, you can frame them however you want. The 6.2% that the city has to put up, the employees need to know they also would now have to come out with 6.2% out of their pocket to participate in FRS, more than they're contributing right now, which is 0. They also have to put in 3. So there's some employees that may not be contributing. So now their paycheck is going to go down by 9.2%. So they need to know those facts going in before they make a decision of whether to say, yeah, I think FRS is better or what we've got is better. So I just think that you guys should consider your survey a little bit, put a little bit more time in it. I think the survey's great. Support letting the staff make that decision, but maybe we can do it in a really concise manner where everybody has. And I think the way that you've kind of modeled out here is just going to be another vague result, because you thought the last survey results were vague. You're going to create just more vague survey results. And the other thing that I think Hetman brought up tonight, the 200,000 keeps being brought up, that's just the match portion difference. The Social Security portion is 6.2%. So if the council at some point approves this, they're approving a 9.2% addition and jump to where they are. But thank you guys for 2 meetings of 4 hours in a row. It's been fun.
There you go. Appreciate it. You are welcome, sir. With that 4-hour mark, I will call this adjourned.